Hello, everybody, and welcome to Pretty Girls Work Politics Aside. This is a virtual anti-racism summit where we're going to be featuring 20-minute conversations with professional Black women across sectors. Over the last few weeks, we've really gotten ingrained into conversations about race and race relations across industries, and we're taking the conversation a little bit further today. I'm joined by my co-moderator, Tashika Gomes. Thank you for joining us today, Tashika.
Hey everyone, so glad to be here and really excited about all the conversations we're going to be having today.
So excited. So Tashika is not only our marketing and communications program director for Pretty Girls Work, she's also the senior digital project manager at Search Kings, and she is the founder of the Virago Creative Studio. So she's going to be helping me along with these conversations today. Really, these conversations are about systemic racism, about the political and societal structures that uphold them, but more importantly, about calls to action for bringing sustained changes to industries across fields as well. So we're going to be kicking this summit off with our guests in the Racism in Tech conversation. So joining us today is nwafor-robinson, Caroline Gale, and Colleen Ward. How are you, ladies?
Yeah, we're great.
We're great. I love the energy.
I know.
Oh my God, if you with all three of us, it's crazy.
Oh goodness. Okay, so just to give a proper introduction, Nkechi is actually the Associate VP of Technology Solutions at TD Bank. Caroline Gale is the Managing Director at Accenture, and Colleen Ward is the VP of Technology Solutions at TD Bank as well. So thank you, ladies, so much for joining us today. It's such an important conversation.
Hi.
Happy to be here.
Wonderful to be here. I hope you can hear me because my quads aren't working.
Oh, I can hear you just fine. I can hear you. And you guys all look so lovely today. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Pretty girl.
So we're gonna get right in.
Yes.
Just because we only have 20 minutes per segment, and I know all of the women that we're talking to today are going to have a lot to say. So I just wanted to ask this first question to all of you, and just getting to understand what instances of racism you've experienced or even witnessed within your sphere. So, Nkechi, maybe we can start with you.
Yeah, sure. So this is actually my truth, right? I have gone through my career with a level of humanness that I never really walked into rooms feeling my color, right? And so that has really transcended really well for me. But what I will tell you is that when I got to a time in my career where I recognized like my position as also a woman in tech, if more so being a woman in tech, really brought out some experiences that I could never have imagined, And so most recently, I'll just share a really recent one, right? I walked into a meeting with a number of executives and a vendor really, really late. And I sat down. And in this particular meeting, I was really invited to understand what was going on. So it was not a meeting where I had to speak. At the end of the meeting, one of the takeaways was we had a number of whiteboard sessions that we needed to organize. And so one of the VPs, which happened to be another woman in the room, the only other woman in the room, and she said that, her EA could help organize, the whiteboard events and that the vendor can get in touch with her EA. Shortly after the meeting ended, I got that email from the vendor.
Because of course you're the EA, yeah.
I must have been the EA in the room. And so, and again, like I've always learned to teach through my actions. And so I just said, this is a teachable opportunity. And so I responded back to him and said, and brought in her EA. And I said, hey, Gabby, what's up, girl? I said, well, you're going to really need your fabulousness with this exercise session. I trust that you're going to be able to hook us up with this.
Correcting with kindness.
And then I let the gentleman know that Gabby will work with him. And then he saw me in the hallway later and said, I truly apologize. And I said, I think the lesson there is really just don't make assumptions, right?
Yeah. No, that's absolutely right. It's absolutely right. And it's so funny how that's probably a shared experience from so many women across industries as well. Caroline, can you share any of your experiences with racism within the tech industry?
Yeah, so I say, fortunately for me, and this is a true story, I've been at Accenture, it'll be 22 years in July.
Oh, wow. And, congratulations.
I started at Accenture when I was 10 years old. So, pretty good. So I would say, in my sphere, I really haven't had anyone that I've directly worked with said or did anything to me specifically about my race. I mean, I think, to echo something that Inc. talked about in technology, I have a technology, even a computer science background as well. It was or had been more about, being a woman and being talked over, your points aren't heard, and then somebody else repeats it, and then, somebody runs away with that. But where I have experienced racism in the workplace is in my client environment. So as a consultant, you spend minimal time in your own office, but you're, working in different organizations. And I've worked across different industries. And my role is pretty senior. I lead my capability for Canada. And so you get, people's, I guess, widened eyes when you walk into the room. Or, earlier on in my career, when I made partner at first, people would then ask me to be the one to take minutes. And I very clearly state in, little things, you'd say microaggressions, right? Somebody asks about minutes, or somebody asks, to recap what was said, I'll pause. I won't say a word. If anybody asks me anything about that, or anything that's deemed to be administrative, booking a room or whatever else, I'll then smile and say, "Oh, I just assumed that you were doing that."
I love that.
Politely decline.
That softens it.
That's a good one.
But I believe, and this is, this is my shtick that I've learned, and this is something that I've learned not only from my parents, but this is coming up through even high school. I went to a very, very, very aggressive and competitive high school. Is every experience that you have to take it to make that a positive for you. So meanwhile, people are focused on, my color, the fact that I'm a woman, I have an accent. Somebody earlier in my career told me I needed to do speech therapy to get rid of the accent. I still have it. I am looking at what is the prize? What do I want? Or what does my company want? And if it's a personal thing or it's an organizational thing, I'm laser focused on that. You can, because people then, when you look at something else about someone, that's a distraction.
Yeah.
I don't have time for that distraction. You want to be distracted by that? That's your thing. That's not my thing. So I don't care. I'm not focusing on your color, your thing, your background, your school. I don't care about that. But
it is interesting to look at the intersectionality that comes into play when you talk about, for example, being an immigrant woman who has an accent, and being a woman, and being Black, all of the different, I guess, the different angles of discrimination that can come at you, especially as you move into more senior positions within your sector.
And I guess for me, and I can only put it to my background, I'm sure in my, Accenture, we're all trying and learning and evolving, and we have put a laser focus. Like our CEO is the executive sponsor of our Black employees resource. Our CEO.
Oh, that's amazing.
I was it temporarily, and then he took it on. I am sure that things happened in the past, but for me, I'm not focusing on that at all. I'm not even putting lip service to that. I'm not even acknowledging that. We have hotlines, we have people you can talk to. But for me, in how I worked, that is your issue. That's not my issue.
Yeah,
this
absolutely.
is how I was born. I can't do anything about that. And if I allow myself mentally to get into that, then you're gonna suck me into this vortex where I'll then start to question myself, and am I good enough, and do I have all the skills?
Yeah, no, understandable, absolutely.
My company hired me, and has promoted me through the ranks and has put me in certain roles because they believe that I can do it. They're not asking for me to do this because they think I'm going to be a failure. Okay,
right.
So no one wants to have to take the time to be babysitting me. So if I already have that wind behind me, then people can talk about ancestors and all of that. Then I have to have that thing within me that makes me believe that I can do it. So
Absolutely.
Is racism out there? Is racism out there in tech? Racism out there is out there in everything. I think in tech, we're so desperate. One eye, two toes, one tooth, doesn't matter, right? Sign up, come on in. They'll find Colleen is nodding. Like, we are desperate, always hiring, always trying to hire. So for me, my advice is, you're not going to solve racism in 1 minute. Okay. But for the little that you can do for yourself is acknowledge that it exists. I start my leadership calls, my weekly leadership calls, with what was a diversity moment. but we've branched out into other things. And I am demanding that my leadership team, men, women, we need to talk about it. We need to acknowledge it, and we need to talk about what we are doing about it.
Absolutely. No, I absolutely agree. What about you, Colleen? What experiences with racism have you experienced within the tech sector?
Miss Carolyn and Miss Inc. have shared much, and there's a common thread in our stories, I believe. But I want to echo what Carolyn said, is that any adversity that I've been faced with improves my resilience, and senior leadership requires that. So if there is any population that has concentrated resilience and the ability to overcome any obstacle and almost be unwavering in strength and conviction, I think you're looking at us, examples of us. We have endured much. I would say I've been experienced both covert and extremely overt racism in the workplace. I've been in technology for over 20 years.
None of you women seem like you can say 20 years of anything in your career. I just have to throw that out there.
Fly until the day we die.
Absolutely.
But I do want to say to all the haters of my past and all of those that doubted my ability or thought that I was merely fulfilling a quota of some sort, shame on you. I am more than qualified, as we all are, and we are thriving right now. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I love that. I feel like I need to applaud.
Absolutely.
So my question today is for Colleen. So what are your thoughts on the current climate? There's just been such an eruption of conversation on racism. What are your thoughts on what's happening now on all the discussions on race and racism?
I've reflected and realized that I don't recall a moment in my life when this type of horror didn't happen. It's happened in my entire life. What I appreciate of this current time is that I'm thinking it may be COVID that had the globe pay more attention.
Right.
And,
I agree. Yeah.
And I wonder too if we've had a varied experiences in a concentrated amount of time with social media helping it become headline news. And I'm to be honest, I'm grateful that we are getting this attention, and we have to be united in how we ride this wave and sustain it and educate and allow for others to feel safe to share their potential ignorance and be open to education and to choose Black friends and to choose Black colleagues, as opposed to it just being forced upon you in your professional circle. I'm asking all my peers and others that this is not about allyship. This is about being wonderful, strong human beings.
Absolutely.
And as humans, we embrace all.
Absolutely. No, I 100% agree.
So true.
And you touched on a couple of things there, just in terms of with social media. I think I agree with you 100% on social media really helping to bring this to the forefront. I think with the onset of social media, what it's really done is made it so that we don't need the headline news to tell us what the headline news is. The people are controlling what the narrative is. And I think that's been a really big difference as well. But certainly with COVID-19 and nobody having sports to watch and our TV shows being down and everyone just kind of being home and having nothing else to pay attention to. Absolutely. No, I think that you've touched on a couple of things there that have been really, really important to the momentum that we've seen within the last couple of weeks. Absolutely. I did have a question too. I was going to direct it actually to Carolyn, but I think that maybe all three of you could probably lend some insight into how you feel this conversation is being received by your peers within the industry. So maybe we can start with Caroline and then we can get everyone else's answers as well.
I think there's a continual thread that you're hearing among the three of us. I think this is a very interesting time. We're home, it's COVID. Not only are people, not having anything else to do, sports is off the TV, but I think COVID has, has forced us to be humanized, right? You're seeing people, rich, poor, any culture, any country being affected. And now that video and a number of things have happened where this is front and center. And what I'm seeing with my peers for the first time, yes, we're fortunate to live in Canada, and there has been a focus on all people, and all lives matter. But what I've heard from my peers more and more recently is that the Black Lives Matter slogan and group and what it stands for and needs to be something that's focused on, because it's folks that are Black, African Canadian, African American are the one race that are being targeted and physically maimed or killed. So whatever issues there may be for other groups, and I'm hearing that for the first time. This is not me needing to constantly explain, although I've had to do that, but I'm hearing my peers over and over and over stating that. And also stating, I think Colleen referenced, what people are saying, I feel so ignorant. I didn't know this happened. Carolyn, I didn't know that, yourself, you're a senior person, that you'd go to an event and someone would hand you a fork off the ground because they just assume that no matter how you're dressed, that you can be the person to get the fork or the knife or the refill the glass. And I'm like, well, Barack Obama, while he was president, that happened to him when he was in a tux with his Secret Service people around him. So if he's the most famous person on the planet when he was president, why wouldn't it happen to me? So people are now reckoning that. And what I'm also, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I think that there's room for grace in those conversations too, because I look at, so a couple of years ago, I took the initiative to really research what was going on with Indigenous communities in Canada as well. And I was surprised that myself, and I consider myself to be a pretty socially aware person, but I think that a lot of these topics that are not mainstream, you really have to make the conscious effort to delve into it to learn what you need to learn. And I was surprised at the amount of ignorance that I had with regards to that topic as well. So when I speak to people who are always around Black people, who work with Black people, who have Black friends, and who still don't really have a good grasp of what this conversation is or what the narrative has been, and how the day-to-day lives of some of the people that they actually have in their circles kind of go, it's not difficult for me to believe that a lot of people who are not living the experience don't really have a firm grasp on what is going on. And I think that's what's happened in the last couple of weeks, is that it's been pretty difficult to ignore. And I think that marginalized voices are really starting to come to the forefront, and in a space that feels safe enough to say what your experiences have been and say what you need to change. Yeah. And Keiichi, I'd like to ask you the same question as to how you think that these conversations are being received within the industry.
Yeah, so just to flow from what you're saying, that, the common thing that I think there too is a lot of Black people have been very immune to their experience. And with this, right, if it hadn't sort of affected the world like that, I think a lot of us would have seen that, heard about George Floyd, and have maybe had some conversations with those, in our circle, but this too would have passed, you know what I mean? So I think this, to your point, has given an opportunity for people to ask, some Black people, what is your experience? So a lot of Black people that typically wouldn't share are now sharing, but to answer the general question, I just want to go in a little bit of a, Carolyn covered a lot of ground that I would have covered. So something else I would say in our industry, tech is typically known to fix everything.
And I think fixers,
right? To fix a lot. And I think there's a lot of very intelligent, creative, innovative people that are perplexed as to how they can really contribute to this really big, massive, issue that is really in the forefront, And so I know that there's definitely, going to be some focus around data and analytics, and how, the data is read, it is interpreted and fed into systems. I think there's going to be a lot of focus on artificial intelligence. And I saw an article pass through my, it was probably on a ticker the other day, around how they're really looking at, facial recognition, and how it has always been unfavorable for Black people.
Oh, yes.
And so, so I believe that I believe that there's going to be some opportunities that will open up for tech, but I think in a world where tech is just so used to fix things and make things efficient, what I'm seeing is people are actually stunned as to what to do. And so I'm excited about what is about to unfold, and I'm really excited about how, at least my organization, a lot of leaders have shut their mouth and opened up their ears to listen. Right?
Yeah.
Very important.
Now, with the three of you, and I think that this is a question that can go to all three of you as well. And I think that it's really the focus that I think all of us are talking about with this conversation and what makes it different. And I think it's what call to actions we're going to be following through with to ensure that there is some amount of sustained change within, however it is that we can control it within our industry. So are there any call to actions or initiatives that you can highlight within the tech industry for how to make those sustained changes and actually see a difference in this conversation?
Colleen,
Shall I start?
Yeah, Colleen,
Yes.
I was going to say share
Oh,
some.
there we go, Colleen.
Yeah.
And I think you actually already shared a little bit about how you're encouraging your colleagues to have conversations and to educate themselves and to really kind of delve deep into those conversations to see what ignorance they do have and what blind spots they do have. But what other initiatives are there that you think that you can call to within this sector?
So we are looking at several formal enterprise-wide initiatives. We've always had curriculum to educate on anti-Black racism and understanding the Black experience. That is not just being bolstered to make it more current and maybe a bit more direct in its language as well. I think we've all avoid now the dance around the subject matter. And it is time that we have very forthright, open conversations with the non-Black community as well. I also am working with many on overcoming their uncomfortable or awkward feeling they have in broaching the subject. I think all of us experience small talk. We may recall those days when we were in elevators together, or we walked in the path or downtown going from different buildings to meetings, and we would cross each other's paths. And the small talk we had often would avoid those headlines. And it is now encouraging our colleagues to show up and say something. Silence is no longer acceptable. And even if it's imperfect, it's not intended to be perfect. It's just intended to acknowledge and show some fellowship and empathy and support. And actively doing that is an imperative now. And there are no excuses, to be honest. To say you're awkward and uncomfortable, then say it. And that's the first step. Yeah. And that's the encouragement. In addition to a whole roster of programs in order to allow the Black community to feel safe, and as well the non-Black community to be aware of themselves, to be more conscious of how they treat humanity. Because like you said, our Indigenous community as well is suffering, and that needs to be brought to the spotlight, and we all need to be more educated and embrace all of us.
Absolutely. No, I think you've summed that up actually quite nicely. Thank you so much to the three of you for being a part of this conversation today. Colleen, Caroline, and Kechi. And Kechi, this is not the first time that we've crossed paths. I'm sure we will again. I hope to cross paths with all three of you. But thank you for joining us on this first anti-racism summit for Pretty Girls Work. You guys are champions within your industry, and I'm sure champions for the women in your lives as well. We really appreciate it.
And thank you for hosting such a wonderful event. We appreciate it, and we'll support whenever you need it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
In the law sector, and we will actually be discussing that with Tashika Lewis. That starts next at 1:35 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you for joining us. You're still tuned into the Pretty Girls Work Politics Aside Anti-Racism Summit, and we are moving along to our Racism in Law segment. We are joined today by Tashika Lewis. Tashika, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Yes. So Tashika is actually an associate attorney, but I wanted to actually point out how I found Tashika on Instagram, because you've been very involved in a lot of the protests that have been going on in the States in the last couple of weeks. And I was going to share a video of you speaking, but I think that what I want to do is share this photo of you at one of these protests, where, can you tell us what your sign says in that photo?
My sign says, "I did not go to law school to be murdered by the law."
And you also actually had the chance to kind of jump on the megaphone there and really give your 2 cents as to what's going on in this conversation today. And that's what we really wanted to talk to you about today. So thank you so much for joining us in this conversation and for sharing your perspective on racism within your sphere and how you've seen it, not just with yourself, but with some of the people that you help as well. So why don't we start by just kind of understanding what it is that you do?
Okay, so I am an associate attorney at Curley, Walsh, Matera, and Simcoe Mining PC, and our primary focus is medical malpractice and general liability defense. Mm-hmm. So we represent insurance carriers who insure the hospitals and certain medical facilities that plaintiffs are seeking care from.
Okay, and so what experiences with racism have you seen within the work that you do?
Well, I'm fairly new to this field. I just started in January 27th. I graduated law school last year. And leading up to this field, I worked in government. So okay. I had my real racist experiences while in law school and certain atmospheres of the law, and also while being a legislative aide for a government official. But in my field, particularly, what stands out is it's literally not a lot of Black medical malpractice attorneys on the defense or plaintiff side of things. Mm-hmm. So that's one thing. And, what really drove me to this field was I needed a first job, but it interests me because I worked in government and we had a lot of discussions in New York State about the maternal mortality rate of Black women. Okay. And a lot of times our cases don't get heard. Mm-hmm. Right. Because a lot of the personal injury cases, they're on a contingency basis. Mm-hmm. So if the plaintiff's attorney that you go to hear you out for your consultation, if they don't feel that you have a strong case that's worth them even trying, you don't get heard. So who do we have?
That's really interesting. So the way that the process is structured right now, it's almost as if there's a barrier to you even to women being able to access the care, the quality of care that they need. Yes, that's really interesting.
Yep, and it's been put on a higher scale now since the health disparities and COVID is coming out. You're seeing mm-hmm. that all of these minority communities, specifically in New York. I'm from Wine-ish, New York, and a lot of our Black and Hispanic communities, we had crazy numbers. Mm-hmm. And my community in particular, we have about 11,000 people or 12,000 people. For us to have the numbers that are comparable to communities such as Brentwood and West Babylon, who has 25,000 or 30,000 people, it just shows you, we have problems that.
Yeah, there's a disparity there. Yeah, yes, no, there's an absolute disparity there.
Yeah, Tashika, thank you so much for joining us and taking the time today. My question for you is, given everything that you've just described about the history of racism that you've seen and examples that you've seen and witnessed, what are your thoughts on the conversations? How are they being received within your industry right now?
So I'm glad we're having these conversations. I just hope they don't stop. In my industry, right. I see now that you have administrative judges who are looking into the disparities in the unions, but we need to go further than that. We need to look at these lobbyist groups who push these policies that, us as lawyers, we either have to enforce or defend. We need to look mm-hmm. at our whole entire legal system, our judges. It's a few of us that are on my Facebook from law school, and we're just like, damn, we went to school with a lot of racists. And you know what's happening with those people? They're gonna become our DAs, they're becoming our public defenders, they're our judges, they're the principal law clerks. They're plaintiff's attorneys in other areas of the law. So, we need to look all around at what's going on, because that's what we mean by systemic racism. It's not just the police who are, enforcing this racist perspective. It's inside of our systems. It's literally inside of the law.
Well, I've had a lot of conversations just in my own personal life with people in my circle talking about the issue of police brutality and talking about the legal system as it exists in the United States today. And I think because we have issues with the police in Toronto and Canada, and there are issues with racism in all countries across the world. I think what needs to happen, because police officers, at the end of the day, police officers are human beings. There's no way that you're going to have a police force that has 100% good people or 100% bad people. You're going to get racists are going to be police officers the same way good people are going to be police officers. That's number one. What I think is that there needs to be some sort of system in place to hold people accountable for their actions when something happens. I don't know, and I wonder if even just the accountability of it will make an impact on whether or not these things happen in the first place. Just make the racists think twice before being able to act on it. I don't know if we'll be able to change everyone's minds, but certainly overhauling a system that protects them more than it holds them accountable seems like it's key, and it seems like that's what you're really pushing forward and really talking about right now.
Yes. Well, it's funny, that you say that, because one of the biggest push in the movement lately has been to repeal 50A, right? You guys can hear that we can have access to the police who committed the act of brutality. We can have access to their discretionary record.
So sorry, can you just explain that a little bit to us? Because we're in Canada, so I'm actually not familiar with this proposition.
So in New York State, they had a bill, 50A, that prohibited you from being able to see a police officer's disciplinary record. And that isn't beneficial because, if you're a defendant and you get charged with a crime, the prosecutor's office has access to your whole entire criminal history.
Absolutely.
So if you're trying to hold a police officer accountable, we need to see that sheet. We need to know if you have a pattern of this. So, New York, we got it repealed, right? But this is why it's systematic, because yes, we did get it appealed, but it's the judge's discretion. So appealing isn't enough if the judge has that type of discretion, and if you have a judge who has a racist mentality or a biased mentality, or let's be honest, like a lot of our judges, they're elected. How are they elected? They have to campaign, they have to fundraise. Who's funding these campaigns? The unions, the same people who are protecting these police officers from being reprimanded when they should be.
So it's an entire system overhaul that needs to happen, and it's not just defunding the police. It's not, and some of what you're talking about sounds like it starts in, like you said, in law schools, when you're looking at your classmates and realizing that these people are going to hold prominent positions and they don't have the mindset that we want in terms of running the country or running any of these types of legislative bodies.
Exactly. And, we had professors who try to instill and burst bubbles that certain people have, and they would turn red and be mute in class. So it's not that, they aren't being made aware of what's going on before they, go out into the legal field. They're choosing to be ignorant to it. Because I heard the conversations. I heard the conversations so much that I can recite what my professor said. I can recite how he tried to hold them accountable before being, they call us engineers of change. As being a lawyer, that was my school's motto. We're engineer change. And they're trying to give you this tool set to know, let's try to dismantle some of our biases before we get into this atmosphere where we have this power to negatively or positively impact someone's future, their liberty.
Yeah, speaking about conversations, Tashika, I think something that a lot of people are struggling with is having these very difficult conversations, these very awkward conversations. For somebody who is not a person of color, especially, do you have any advice for someone who is open and wants to have these conversations but isn't sure how to navigate it or how to even start?
Well, my advice is I have best friends who have all colors, and when it was around the time of Amar Arbery, I just got very mad, and I didn't necessarily call them out, but if the shoe fit, wear it. And my one friend, Christy, she's white. She's a white woman. I know her from working in politics. She goes, damn, you're right. Like, we have to do better. So I just think, just going to your Black friends and just saying, I see you, I hear you. What can I do? I've had so many of my friends who were Hispanic, white, all different races, just coming to me and just saying, what can I do? I'm sorry I didn't see you before. Because we haven't been quiet about it. This has been going on. I've been complaining about this. I'm the same person who, in constitutional law, who said slavery was fucked up. Because we teach about these things, but we don't say the brutal honesty about it. It was wrong.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think that was one of the first things. Well, the first conversation that we had when I was inviting you to be a part of the summit, you said, I'm mad and I've been mad. And I think that probably sums it up for a lot of Black people who have been living this experience, especially the ones who feel like they haven't really been given a safe space to really vocalize what their experiences have been, not just in work, but just in their regular everyday lives.
Yes.
So in terms of a call to action now, to be able to make those changes, you've touched on the issues that exist even within educating future policymakers and future attorneys and judges. Are there any specific call to actions that people can get involved in today, or that people can keep top of mind to make sure that we're still moving towards sustained changes even as these conversations happen?
Yes, I actually made a list. So
I love a list.
In my community, I am a committee person for the Democratic Party. Ever since I was in 11th grade, I've been involved in local politics because I wanted to be the change in my community. I got tired of certain things. I did
I'm sorry, did you say since you were 11 years old, or in the 11th grade?
In the 11th grade.
So high school. So this has been you for a long time.
Yes, I've been very vocal.
Amazing.
That's incredible.
I've been very vocal about voting because I did a congressional page internship for my local congressman, Steve Israel, when I was in 11th grade. I went to DC for the summer. I was a doc page. I worked in the U.S. House of Representatives. And when I came back, I got the chance to volunteer in his campaign. And I was there so much that they started paying me. But the reason why I stayed is because one of my mentors, Marlo, she asked me, she goes, Tashika, why don't your people come out to vote? And, when I heard that, it really hurt me because my mom, my grandmother, the women in my family, my church, we voted. And I didn't know that other people weren't voting. But it made sense because that's why we were deprived of so much. That's why our voices weren't heard and we were looked over like we were litter. So I got involved. And, eventually after college, I started working in politics. I worked for a legislator and I became a committee person. So I advocate to people, vote in your school board election. We have a lot of people who are speaking about how they're not teaching Black history in their curriculum in their school districts, right? Well, guess what? Yeah. Who controls that? Your school board trustees. But in my community, we just had the biggest turnout of over 900 people voting. And years before that, you only got 300. That's a problem. And, so I, not to get off topic, but we had a budget that failed this year. Our kids couldn't have sports. Our kids' curricular activities got cut. They had to fundraise to get that money, right? If we voted, that wouldn't happen. When we vote, you have accountability. We have upcoming primaries. The current congressman whose district I sit in right now, he is a racist. His name is Peter King. He has been in office since I was born, okay? This is years and years of protecting racist policies that affect not only New York, but all over America. Systemic. Another thing, New York State, we have early voting. It's no reason that, and we had early voting and we have mail-in voting. It's no reason that no one's not voting in these elections this year. We have a primary on June 23rd. This primary will be the people who will be on our ticket in November. The general election, we have a general election every November. We have our local town officials you have to vote for, and the city, that's your council members. We have our state elected officials, your assembly and your senators, and we have our federal elections, your congressmen and your U.S. senates, right? That's just one part. Now we have our census. We talk about why our schools are lacking funding. We talk about why our hospitals are overcrowded, why certain organizations aren't getting the federal money that they deserve, because we're not filling out our census.
Letting people know who's in the community and what needs you require within the community. Yeah.
And it doesn't affect your status. It's come to the point where we just want to know who's out there. So fill out your census. And it's so easy. You can do it online. When you say
I just wanted you to clarify when you said, I think I understood what you meant, but I want everyone listening and watching to understand what you mean when you say it's not going to affect your status.
Yeah. So New York, we are a melting pot. We have dreamers here, and some people might not be here legally. But with your census, they don't care if you're here legally or illegally. They just want to know who's counted in this community. How many people do you have in this house? That's it. It's no ramifications. My next point is jury duty. You know, you guys, I don't know if you guys seen Martin in Canada. We have this Martin episode where Martin jokes about he's not doing jury duty. That is a joke in the Black community, and it's stupid as hell, okay? It's stupid as hell. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I'm going to say it 3 more times. I hate it. And
well, because we need Black people on the juries, right?
Yes, yes. You know, we get to this point, right, where we get our day in court. But when we get our day in court, we're not beating us at the other side. Answer your summons to jury duty. Please answer your summons. That's how Black lawyers like me with Black clients who want to jury their peers, that's how we get that.
Right.
We're getting mad that, you know, these cops are getting off, but who's at the grand jury? Who's answering their jury notices? Who's answering them? It's a joke. And it's not right. We wonder why when we have criminal cases where the evidence was in our favor because we didn't do it, who's showing up? We have to show up. And the last thing is, it's getting involved in your community, getting involved in those groups that are in your industry. Like for me, you know, I get involved in voting, but they have other organizations in my community, such as Minority Millennials and Make the Road New York. They advocate for social change and policy. We have to support them. And, you know, maybe sometimes it's not being a member, but you can support their events. You can donate. You can contribute your skills. If you're a DJ and they're doing a free event, contribute that way. I've had my friends, when I hosted events for my old boss, Assemblywoman John Pierre, we did a trunk or treat. We're having 2,000 kids. Let me DJ. Let me donate candy. Oh, you want snow cones? Let me do this. Let me volunteer. It's supporting those organizations. And in your industry, we have bar associations. We have the Amistad Black Bar Association. And this is why this is very important to me. I just got sweared in on Wednesday. I come from wine.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And, you know, I'm in a field now where 5% of lawyers in America, they're Black. Out of that 5%, less than 2% are Black women. I look at my community, because in New York, we have lawyers, but I look at my community, a predominantly Black community that's, you know, it's mixed with Hispanics, but I've been making a list of how many lawyers we produce, and right now I'm up to 10, and that's including me.
Oh, wow.
And, you know, that hurts. It hits home because what is going on?
No, you're absolutely right. Yeah. I so thank you for taking the time not only to join us today, but for putting together a comprehensive list like you have, because I know that you're not just bringing it to this program. I know that you're pushing for change in every aspect of your life that you can push for change, and I can see that on your social media. I've seen that in our conversations with each other, and I really wish you all the best. I think we need more people like you in the sector to create that sustained change. And so I think keep talking, keep being angry, keep being loud, keep being everything that you are, because I think that it's making a difference because people are hearing you.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
thank you.
It's cool because I didn't realize that. So one of my friends, he hit me up and he said, "Thank you for using your platform." And I didn't look at it as a platform. I just
everybody has a platform. Yeah.
I see that now because it was just my page and my safe space, and I'm unapologetically Tashika.
Yeah. I saw that in your email address too, Tashika. I love it.
Yes, thank you.
I love it. No, thank you for the work that you're doing. Absolutely. And for joining us on this first Pretty Girls Work Anti-Racism Summit. This is a new one for us, but definitely a necessary conversation, and we thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tashika.
And we are going to be moving on to our next segment in just a few minutes. We're going to be discussing racism in finance with Meryl Africa and Rhea Reeves. So join us for that at 2:00 Eastern Standard Time. Hello and welcome back. Thank you for joining us. For those of you that are just tuning in, this is Pretty Girls Work Politics Aside, an anti-racism summit where we're featuring 20-minute conversations with professional Black women across sectors in an effort to really drive forward sustained changes across industries. I'm joined with my co-moderator, the Marketing and Communications Program Director for Pretty Girls Work, Tashika Gomes. Thank you so much for helping me with these conversations today.
No, so happy to be here. This has been amazing.
It is. These women are phenomenal. And we're moving on to our next segment now, talking about racism in finance, where we are joined by Meryl Africa, the president of the Canadian Association of Urban Financial Professionals, and Rhea Reeves, the founder of City Girl Savings. How are you, ladies?
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, I'm such a big fan of both of you. Rhea, I don't think I can hear you, actually. Oh, no, I can. Never mind. That was just
You can? Okay.
Perfect. Thank you both for joining me today. I'm such big fans of both of yours, actually. And I really wanted to start by asking you both just about your personal experiences that you've had with racism within the finance sector.
Sure. I mean, I can go first.
Sure.
I've had it in a variety of ways. I mean, I work in a sales role and I've had situations where I've dealt with clients and, for example, the client would not respond to me but would only respond to my white associate. I've had situations where senior leaders has asked me when I was junior in my career to come to their house and water their plants, the type of request that they would never ask to somebody that was white or more senior. I've had other instances where, there was issues around when I chose not to blow dry my hair straight and wear it in its natural curly form. So I think a lot of people think about racism as the overtly racist way, but there's all these little nuances in the way that people treat you. And I think that's really what we really need to correct within the industry.
I think you touch on something there within the corporate sectors, especially. I think that you don't often see the overt racism that you see from the social media videos of some crazy person in a Walmart parking lot that you ran into or anything along those lines. I think a lot of it is a lot more microaggressions that people deal with on a day-to-day basis that can be difficult to explain a lot of the times. Rhea, what about you? What are some instances of racism that you've experienced within your sphere?
Yeah, so, for me specifically, I created my company to do my own thing. So a lot of my experiences were more systematic, and specifically when I was in school studying finance, I would be one of 2 or 3 people of color who were actually in the class, and it just was a solidifying factor that this society does not promote financial education for people of color, doesn't make it feel inclusive. Another instance is, when I was working in college, I remember vividly, I had a Black peer of mine who said, a payday loan company reached out to her and was basically the answer to her problems if she was struggling. I don't know how they knew that. They assumed it, right? This is systematic. And, her response to me at the time was, they saved my life. I would recommend them to anyone, not realizing that the trap that these companies put people in to keep them lower and lower and lower. And then just thinking about the financial advisor industry in general, 79% of advisors are white, only 8% are African American. So I think it's really from a systematic perspective that's what I've seen in terms of racism in finance.
And Meryl, my question for you today, there's been such an eruption of these conversations on racism. How are these conversations being received within your industry in finance?
I think where you're seeing a really great response. Many of the CEOs of all the major banks have come out and made a great statement. We've also seen a lot of financial capital put towards Black-focused charities. And I think in order to get the momentum going, we're seeing a lot of them starting to have these internal reflection. They're having these sessions where, listening sessions where people can kind of talk about their experience in a really open platform where senior leaders, especially white leaders, are actually listening, and it's a no judgment free zone. We're seeing a lot of them commit towards initiatives like the Black Notes Initiative, where they're mobilizing a lot of the corporate leaders to get behind pushing more Black people into executive spots, as well as putting them in corporate boards, the same initiative that we've seen in the past done for gender equality with the 30% Club. So I think we're seeing a lot of great responses to this. The hope is just that this momentum lasts once, racism is not sort of the hot topic in D&I.
Raya, actually, being somebody who works as an independent business, I would love to hear how are these conversations, have they shifted? How are they being received when you're working with clients within the last couple of months or so?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think a lot of my clients come from the social media space, so they find me on social media. And what I've seen are bigger companies, bigger influencers allowing people of color to come onto their platform and speak, which is really allowing people who may not be of color to really understand where people of color are coming from. And I think that need, that desire to be heard and understood is refreshing for all people of color. But to Meryl's point, this should not be a phase. This should not be a fad or a trend. This is something that needs to continue long term. And we all need to be on an even playing field of being heard, understood, and respected.
I think both of you have really touched on what we want to see with this conversation, and that is for it to continue beyond just being a hashtag because of a tragedy or just being the hot topic of the day. And so one of the questions that we wanted to have for both of you is about calls to action. And I know that we've spoken about those individually, but really just what type of action and what calls to action you can share with our listening and our viewing audience that will help push forward sustained changes within the finance industry, whether it's something that you're involved with yourself or something that you'd like to see within the industry.
Yeah,
we can start with you, Meryl.
Yeah, sure. I think within, on Bay Street, what we really want to see is this sort of glass ceiling that is there that Black people can't seem to get beyond to see this broken. So what that means is really looking at what are the processes that are in place when it comes to employee mobility and the transparency thereof, right? For you to become an SVP, an EVP, or a CEO, there's a grooming process that happens with that. And I think a lot of racialized groups, not just Black people, but all racialized groups are not really privy to how that really works and what needs to be done for you to get there. What we also want to see is the diversity and inclusion teams that all of these banks and major corporations have be reflective of the communities and not be predominantly white. So we want to make sure that we're represented within your D&I space in order to consult with you on the strategies that will be most helpful to our community. We also want to be at the conversation at the leadership executive D&I team where all the business leaders sit. So having representation there, even if the person doesn't hold a senior executive title, right? So those are some of the things that we want to look at. We also want to look at getting more Black kids into finance. So for example, CAUFP, we host an annual youth summit. That's a great place for companies to engage with us, to come and find top tier Black talent, to get into a lot of entry level programs that are not just, for example, in the call center, in the branch, but actually getting into capital markets, commercial banking, legal, tech, etc.
I believe Raya?
It's Raya, yes.
Raya?
Yes, so my perspective is a little bit different from Meryl's in that I think my call to actions are more so for people of color and what they can do to really lift themselves up. I think first and foremost, don't let your situation or your skin color stop you from doing what you want to do. I think when I knew back in college that I wanted to study finance, while I was observant of what was happening, there were no Black people around me. It did not stop me. I did not use that as a crutch to keep me down. I used that to propel me up, and I would just challenge people to do the same. I also think, you have to help yourself financially. And when you can help yourself financially, you can help others financially. You can spread the word. You can do good things in your community. You can teach other people the tools and the tricks that they need to improve themselves financially. I think we're going to have to do this as a culture as a whole and lift each other up. We can't be singleized just in our own little space, our own little bubble. We have to learn what it takes to improve, and then we have to spread that word. And then invest in quality people. In the finance industry, I specifically specialize in budgeting. So I'm helping people who don't know how to budget their money, and that likely means they're living paycheck to paycheck. But if those people can invest in the help they need, they can break that situation. And I think there's just a negative connotation with that. People don't think that way. They think, well, why do I have to pay money to improve my situation? And I just challenge people, if you are struggling financially, don't be afraid to invest in the help you need, because sometimes that investment leads to the best results. And like I said, once you can help yourself financially, you can help others financially. And that's what's going to bring us up as a culture.
I totally agree. And yes, sorry, Rhea, mispronounced your name there. I think we're having a bit of technical difficulty on our end, or the platform's end, that is being worked on in the background. That's why we don't have your video up there right now. But Ray, we can continue with you. In terms of navigating, something you mentioned is having those conversations. In terms of navigating these conversations in the professional world, maybe working with your clients, do you have any advice for someone who is maybe not a person of color and they want to have these conversations, but you're just not sure how to?
Yeah, I think my first piece of advice would be to approach it from that aspect. Don't be afraid to say, hey, I don't know what to say. I really do want to understand. I really do want to have this conversation. How can we get this started? I think coming from that place allows the person who's receiving that information to take it and understand where that other person's coming from, and then the conversation can flow organically from there. But I think it starts with that openness and the willingness to say, hey, I don't know how to approach this, but I do want to have this conversation.
Yeah, definitely. And Meryl, I would love to hear your thoughts on that as well.
Yeah, same thing. I mean, I think the conversations are important. I think, just having an open mind and a willingness to learn. I think also engaging with consultants, I think especially for the big banks or bigger corporations, engaging with D&I consultants who are actually Black, and not just defaulting to the same companies we've used in the past. Engage our community, engage the experts in order to assist you with having those conversations, right? And I think from the employee perspective, it's engaging with your local Black employee resource group or any other group within your profession, like CAUFP, BPTN, there's many others, there's Black Female Accounting Network, there's the Black Actuaries, and just engaging with these groups to help you continue that conversation with the leaders within your industry as well as within your company.
Mm-hmm. And Shelly, got you back here.
Yeah, no, sorry about that, ladies. But I do want to touch a little bit, and I don't know if you did this while I was gone, Meryl, but I did want to touch a little bit on what CAUFP does, because I think that you do a lot of great work for Black people within the finance sector already.
Yeah, so I mean, we're a great resource. You don't have to be a finance professional. As long as you're working on Bay Street, you're welcome, and you don't even have to be Black to join the organization. We cover a lot of things. We provide access to thought leadership. We provide you with access to professional development for both technical skills as well as the soft skills, because what we find in our community is a lot of time those soft skills are lacking, right? And that comes from the culture that we all come from, a lot of African and Caribbean people, just because our culture is very different to the Canadian culture. And so learning how do you have executive presence, learning how do you communicate your wants and needs, learning how to negotiate, not just for a salary, but actually being able to negotiate an actual deal. These are skills that you really need to learn in order for you to progress in your career. So those are some of the things that we do. We host executive dining events. We also do the annual youth summit, as I mentioned, that happens in September, where we bring in kids and we expose them to a wide range of industries, and we show them cool and quirky careers that they never would have thought of doing. For example, you can be a law student interested in tech and learn how to be a fintech focused lawyer, for example, right? You don't have to just focus on capital markets. So we try to show them that you can still kind of have this cool career and still work a 9-to-5 and be successful. And we partner with a lot of FIs. TD is our premier sponsor. We also partner with RBC, BMO, Procter & Gamble. That's a consumer packaged goods company. So we're really trying to grow our bandwidth and really be a resource for anybody out there that's watching.
And actually, just to ask that same question to Rhea, and I think it actually falls into line with one of the questions that one of our viewers is asking, and I'll just flash it across the page now. Amber is asking what conversations and what action we can take to do better for ourselves. And that, Rhea, I think really comes down to the work that you do with City Girl Savings in terms of teaching individuals how to take a hold of their finances and take a hold of bettering themselves and putting themselves in a position to be able to impact change in their lives and in the lives of everyone in their circle, and hopefully cause a ripple effect as well. So why don't you tell us a little bit about that work with City Girl Savings?
Yeah, absolutely. And I 100% agree. I think, my specialty is budgeting, and I help people at an individual level really manage the money that they do have coming in, so that when they do make more, they know what to do with it. But it truly all starts with the budget and making sure that you are aware of what's coming in, what's going out, and what you do with that leftover amount. That is critical. I think if anyone can get to a place where they're mastering that, they will see results over time. And it's just a matter of putting in the work. Sometimes people are scared or ashamed or embarrassed to really sit down and look at their numbers, but until you do that, you really don't know where you stand. And if you don't know where you stand, you don't know how to move forward. So I think the best thing people can do for themselves is really just, buck up and take a look at their situation and take the proper next steps to improve. And then don't be afraid to seek help, seek guidance. There are plenty of free resources out there. There are plenty of free influencers out there that give all kinds of advice and tips. There are great programs like Merrill's where you really can get what you need. So it's just a matter of actually taking those steps.
And we have one of our viewers who's also asking, and I'll flash it across the page. This is a question directed to Rhea. Rochelle wants to know if there are any books that you would suggest regarding budgeting.
Yeah, there are actually a few. I would recommend the 21-Day Financial Fast by Michelle Singletary. That book actually changed my financial life. I would also recommend The Richest Man in Babylon by George Clayson. It's not specific to budgeting, but it really does outline some basic money principles that we all need to be knowledgeable about. Those are my top two.
Thank you so much. And thank you to both of us really for joining us on this conversation. I think finance is really across sectors, being in a financial position to be able to impact change in our lives really sets us up to be able to impact a lot of other sectors and a lot of different avenues in our lives as well. And so I thank you both for doing the groundwork and really helping the people within your communities and the people that you touch to be able to get a handle on that aspect of their lives as well.
Thank you.
So Rhea's platform is City Girl Savings. You can find her at citygirlsavings.com. And Meryl is the president of the CAUFP. They always have amazing programming. And even during this lockdown, they've pivoted to some really great virtual programming during this pandemic. So definitely check the both of them out. We thank you both for being a part of our very first Pretty Girls Work Anti-Racism Summit and for joining us on this important conversation. And we'll speak to you guys soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What do we have coming up next, Tashika?
We have
I'm all rattled now with my
racism in
schedule.
business and entrepreneurship.
Racism in business and entrepreneurship. So we'll be joined by Sherry San Giorgio and Alexandria Carroll at 2:25 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll speak soon.
See you there.
Hello and welcome back. You are still tuned into Pretty Girls Work, Politics Aside. I am Elle Mejia, founder of Pretty Girls Work. I'm joined with my co-moderator, Tashika Gomes, our marketing and business program director. And this is our first anti-racism summit. We've had some amazing conversations with some amazing women. This summit features 20-minute conversations with Black professional women across sectors to see what work there is being done in that sector, anti-racist work that's being done within that sector, not just for the conversations that have been going on over this last couple of weeks, but for sustained change as we move forward in these conversations. So we are moving right along into our racism in business and entrepreneurship segment, where we are being joined by Sherry San-Giorgio. You guys know her if you know Pretty Girls Work. She is our personal development program director. She's also the founder of Diamond Enterprise, and Alexandria Carroll, who is the founder of License to Drift. How are you, ladies?
Wonderful.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
Really wonderful to be here with you guys.
It's an important conversation. It's an important conversation, and I'm glad you guys are here to have it. I wanted to start by asking you both about what your personal experiences have been with racism within your sphere, being entrepreneurs in your sphere. So maybe we can start with you, Sherry.
Sure, of course. So anyway, hey Tashika.
Hi.
Hey Elle. Hey Alexandra. Wonderful to be here with you guys. I'm going to say really quickly, my experience as an entrepreneur has been great and has been not so great. It's been a mixture. One of the wonderful things about being an entrepreneur is that you get to, when you get into the marketplace, determine what you look, sound, feel like to your public. That's a great thing, and then that could be a terrible thing at the same time, depending on who you're speaking to. There are times where I had to say to myself, am I going to straighten my hair or am I going to allow it to be curly? At that meeting where I'm trying to pitch or send a proposal. So there have been a lot of what do I do kind of times. But I think that overall, being your authentic self, which is what I promote at all times, being your most authentic self and allowing your truth to come to the forefront, I think that resonates with people even within business. And I'm a proponent of what's for you is for you. So if you go in and you are your most authentic self, whether that be straight or curly hair, and people have an issue with you, then that's their loss. But my overall experience has been more good than it has bad.
That's good to hear. That's really good to hear. What about you, Alexandria? Can you speak to some of the experiences that you've had being an entrepreneur yourself?
Sure. Overall, I would agree with Sherry. My overall foray into like the startup and entrepreneurial ecosystem has been pretty good. And I think it's mostly about finding the people that are actively going to support you and kind of determining what those networks and communities are earlier than later, because I think it's really important to not just internalize the statistics that you might hear regarding, how little, 2.2% of VC funding going to women or only 1% of investment funding going to Black founders. Mm-hmm. It's important to, I guess, be aware of those statistics, but I personally don't like to read too much research around it or internalize it, because then I think it's self-defeating. And I think you just have to find networks like I've been able to find in New York and broadly in the country that are more merit-based and more, if you have a good idea, we want to support you. But I think it's also important to know what structural things you may be working against. For example, like what happened with the PPP funding with the coronavirus pandemic and how it was shown in a lot of major cities that didn't go to, Black-owned small businesses, and to know how to have the proper context in the banking system and so forth, so that you can know that is going to be an institutionalized challenge, and how can you overcome it?
I think, understanding what you're up against, I think, is key to your point. But I think that mindset, and it's a mindset that I'm an entrepreneur myself. So it's a mindset that I think is intrinsic to being able to go out on your own and run your own business, because there are so many statistics that say that you're not going to be able to accomplish what it is that you're going to accomplish. And so how much of it would you say is mindset in terms of being able to push past those experiences, or some of those statistics that you've heard, or what the overall attitude you can say would be within your industry to be able to create that success for yourself? Is it primarily mindset, or do you think it has a lot to do with dismantling those systems as well?
Well, I think to be an entrepreneur, there has to be a part of you that's a bit of an eternal optimist, right?
Yeah.
Because already entrepreneurship is hard in terms of
Exactly.
like percentage of businesses that fail. So that means that you have enough confidence in yourself that you think you can buck the trend in general, inclusive of white men and everything else. I think it's important to not be naive so that you can circumvent the roadblocks that may be there for you as a woman, as a Black professional, et cetera. But I also, kind of like we were saying, I think it's important to have that deep-seated belief in yourself and in your vision and in your skill set, that when you meet people, potential partners, potential funders, you're not carrying that burden. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I would agree. Can I jump in and say something about that? I love that, Alexandria. I think as well, two things that I would say. Definitely always know your audience, right? And be able to find places, as opposed to just places that are not alike. Where are we alike? Where do we connect, right? So finding those places that we connect with, regardless of my ethnicity, I think that that's another way to place yourself in the marketplace. But the other thing is what she was just alluding to. I think knowing what you offer, what your gifts offer. I think everybody has gifts, and I think their gifts are connected to your purpose. And I think that when you're going out into the marketplace and saying, here's what I offer, and providing a solution to a need, know what it is that you're offering and be confident in that and know it, as opposed to waiting for someone to validate you with that. I think that perspective or that approach can position you better than most.
I think just to lend, and I know that Tashika, you have a question for both of these ladies moving forward, but just to kind of piggyback on what both of you have been saying, there is a lot in the statistics that works against Black women founders. But one thing that I found curious just in researching to get ready for this conversation, one metric that I found interesting was that Black women actually lead in terms of the number of new businesses that crop up every year. Black women founders are the leaders in that niche, despite not being leaders in any of the financial metrics. So one thing that we do have to our advantage is community. And that's something that I think a lot of us are really learning how to leverage to be able to accomplish what we need to accomplish is really leaning into that community, because that is a metric that we are leading in, and it's a metric that's so valuable. How have you guys found that aspect of running your business? How have you found that aspect how has it impacted what you've been able to create with your individual businesses?
Well, I'm here on the Pretty Girls Work. So, and we here at Pretty Girls Work always talk about collaboration over competition. That's just the mindset that we move forward whenever we do a lunch and learn or anything else. So I personally ascribe to that, and I think that when you connect with other people that ascribe to that same perspective, you definitely can build community. I think that as well, it's about really also searching out others who have like-minded individuals that say, I want to do this as well. Oh, you're trying to do this? Well, two people can carry something heavy in a lighter load, right? So I think that one of the challenges I will say here in Canada is finding those places and finding those people. But I think if you make a determination within yourself, I'm going to seek out other female entrepreneurs like myself, Black female entrepreneurs like myself, that are going in the same direction, and say, hey, let's work together. I think we would find that there's more yeses than there are no.
What about you, Alexandria? What are your thoughts on that?
No, for sure. Community has been a big part in sort of my evolution. And I guess I've been fortunate that I found both entities that are focused specifically on Black women. For example, a friend of mine is one of the 3 founders of Black Women Talk Tech. And they're based in New York, which is a great organization. And they have local chapters too, to supplement the work that you guys do. And then there are a number of what I've found actually more so than in my prior career in corporate America is that other communities of women that are inclusive of the spectrum in terms of race and ethnicity, I've seen the most support among colleagues with entrepreneurial women's communities as opposed to corporate women's communities.
Agreed.
And I feel like it's because we kind of all know we're have to be gritty and we have to do more with less. And I think it makes you, you know, even though we may not get the funding, to your point about us starting businesses at a higher rate, if you're scrappier in the beginning and then you hit that like real stride and accelerate, I think you're just a way better manager. You know how to stretch funds. You can survive a downturn better in times like this. And so a really savvy partner or investor will know that and pick up on that. And there have even been some like anecdotal sort of testimonials to that effect with respect to Black women professionals and founders in general, because it's a lot easier to start a business if someone is willing to like write you a check for $1 million with no track record. But if you have to, you know, like save yourself or, you know, leverage your community for a Kickstarter or...
Nobody here had $1 million loan from a parent, no?
No, exactly.
No.
Like, what is the...
Mine's on the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we're not, you know, we just don't have that same level of like seed capital native to a lot of our communities. But I think where you see founders strive is like, yeah, look, I turned, you know, this $500 into a prototype that then became this and this and this. And so I think it actually makes us, you know, I think there's something really positive to be learned from Black women because, yeah, we've always just had to stretch resources. And
there are advantages to having to work through your disadvantages,
exactly.
and in knowing that you can do it again. I think that's the biggest thing in mindset is knowing that if somebody handed you $1 million and that's how you built your multi-million-dollar business and you lose it, you don't know how to do it again without somebody handing you $1 million.
Right.
If you've built it from scratch, take everything away from me tomorrow, I'll do it again. Because everything that I had to do it the first time, I still have today. So no, I think you've touched on something really, really powerful there. Tashika, I know that you had a question for them moving forward as well.
Yeah, I guess I can address my question to Alexandra. I think you guys have brought up some really good points in terms of the importance of mindset and community, and also some dire stats, not only for women, but people of color in general in terms of entrepreneurship. Given everything that's happened in the current climate, how do you feel personally with the current climate and with the conversations that are being had around racism right now within the last couple of months? I can direct it to Meryl. To Alexandria, sorry.
Oh, to me? Sure, I can start.
Yeah.
So it's good. I feel like it's good that there's like this seeming awakening of sorts. It's somewhat frustrating to feel like some people are really internalizing this for the first time, but at the same time, I appreciate that people are actually like buying books. Like the New York Times bestseller list for nonfiction was like all 15 books, I think, except for one, were about race and structural racism.
Wow.
And so
I hadn't heard that. That's incredible.
Yeah, I can't remember. I think I follow a Black female blogger who first highlighted that. And then when I read up more about it, Business Insider has a report about it. So like 2 weeks ago, the top 15 nonfiction books were all about race and structural racism. So that's good to see. Yeah. So that's good to see because obviously we know what you don't get in school. And I think that's the foundation of, you know, not assuming that all of us came through on some affirmative action program and that we're underqualified and whatever. In fact, that we often have to be 2 to 3 times more qualified to get the same opportunities. And I think for the first time, I'm seeing people in my community and colleagues to sort of internalize that in a deeper way. So that's good. What I'll say, though, in terms of what the business climate is doing in terms of responding to it, it remains to be seen. Like how really invested in change people are, because, you know, I appreciate the like gestures, but I think I want to start to see what your retention rates look like. And I want to start to see what your promotion of people of color looks like. And, you know, the recent like Amy Cooper incident where she was a very senior professional at an investment firm. The first thing people asked was, in Central Park with the bird watcher, the first thing people asked was like, how many people under her may have gotten the short end of the stick in reviews and so forth. So it is a lot of work to be done, but I appreciate that the conversations are unlocking. And then I guess I would say for like just the general economic downturn, I appreciate that, you know, the other side of the not getting the PPP funding, for example, is now that there's focus on like supporting and buying from Black businesses. So I hope that helps to prevent some businesses that were previously teetering from going under. But again, like we'll see how sustainable it is.
Yeah, I think that's where we're all kind of are, is kind of in a space where we're waiting to see what happens, because we've heard these conversations before. This time feels very different, and I'm getting questions and having conversations with people who have never delved into this conversation before, and so it feels very different. But I think you're right. There's a lot that remains to be seen as to whether or not any actionable and sustained changes are going to be made out of these conversations. Same question for you, Sherry.
Yeah, how I feel. I would say that, you know, the struggle is real, and now it's a struggle that we all feel differently. Like Elsa said, it's something. It definitely is a change in the wind. I think that one of the things that I really appreciate is the fact that Black-owned businesses are getting a little bit more appreciation than they were before, more attention, maybe even more patronage. I'm hoping, but I think it's also very revealing. It's a revealing time where we're getting to understand not just how we feel, but how our feelings have in turn allowed us to make certain choices in business, and how we've chosen in business, and how we spend our money in business. I think it's just a revealing time, but I think the struggle is real, and I think it's going to continue to reveal more how I feel. Hopeful, grateful for it. I think that's the way it came across, or the way it came about, to be honest. I don't like that. But it's been going on for years, right? Just use a particular example. A very good friend of mine who's an entrepreneur. She has a clothing line, and she just found out that a really, really huge company who's very successful, maybe even I'd say 100 times bigger than her, has kind of ripped off one of her fashion items for off of her website.
And we've heard that a lot from a lot of the larger platforms, taking from smaller independent artists. Yeah.
And they monetized it, right? And so they're getting for her item. That there was no collaboration. There was no, you know. The thing is, what I said to her is like, we've been experiencing this for years. This is not new. This is not new. It's in every industry, industry, tech. Music, every industry, right? So this is not the first time someone's come and taken something of ours and tried to monetize it. I think that we just now have an environment where we can speak up about it and do something. Whereas before, we may have said something and then we would have been hushed. Now, like in online right now, I mean, it wasn't just something that was like seen. It was something that, oh, this person blogged about. And now all of these people boycotting this particular company. So things are being done. And I'll always say, the struggle is real. So I think that it's what we're doing, though, in the struggle that's going to make the difference of how we flourish and grow in this time.
Absolutely. And that's what I want to talk about, because that's what we really want to be the overarching message of this summit, is what calls to action there are within these industries for sustained change. So just in the vein of making sure that we're doing the work to see those changes and those impacts, what are some call to actions that you can shed light on within the business or within the entrepreneurial sphere, either that you're spearheading yourself, that you're involved in, or something that doesn't exist yet that you would like to see created to be able to move forward this action and create sustained change here?
Yeah, I would definitely encourage people to research and know Black-owned businesses, and actually just, you know, compare with who they've been giving their money to. You know, can this Black-owned business do the same thing or better? Would you be okay with now saying, I'm going to go here, just to support that community? So, you know, really researching Black-owned businesses and supporting. But I would also say, you know, to others, companies and investors and philanthropists, you know, search out entrepreneurs that are doing wonderful things within the community,
Mhm.
in society, within the corporate world, and invest. I think
Mhm.
that one of the main things that we struggled with as entrepreneurs is always money. It's time.
Mhm.
We're always
Yeah.
always trying to be like creative in the way we,
Yeah.
creative funding, we'll say, right?
Hey, you know what? It's a skill that helps later on, but it hurts in the beginning. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, to be honest, I'm not adverse to it. I personally like it, but because you said it earlier, it builds a muscle that later on I'll be able to
Mhm.
appropriate another time and make some more. So
Absolutely.
and maybe even mentor somebody else with and help them. So it's not a bad thing, but it would be great if
Yeah.
while we're building that muscle and while we're in the midst of being resilient and doing what we got to do, if we had more people that are saying, hey, I believe in your vision, I believe in what you're doing, I want to support
Mhm.
your business, here's an investment, let's talk and let's
Yeah.
move forward together. I think that would be awesome as well.
Absolutely. I wish we had more time for this conversation. We're trying to keep it quick for all of these industries, but you women have been phenomenal. Thank you so much for being a part of this first
Thank
Pretty
you.
Girls Work
Thank
Anti-Racism
you.
Summit.
Thank
I
you.
do have a question from Rochelle here that I'll put across the screen. She's asking if there's a consistent core group of women that we regularly meet with, and what are some practical ways to find a core group of women. So I will just take a minute to say that Pretty Girls Work is just that. We are not typically a group that focuses on race or race discussions. We are an entirely inclusive group, and what we do is we try and fill the gaps for women and produce programming that helps fill the gap for them in their career and their entrepreneurship development. But there are so many communities in and around, I'm sure in most major cities and in and around your countries that I'm sure that you can get in touch with. I'd say reach out on social media and really find a tribe that speaks to what you're trying to create in your life, and surround yourself with people who are going to champion you to win. Absolutely. And I think Sherry and Alexandria, you're definitely two of those women who are championing for women to win within your industry. And I really thank you for being a part of this discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Alexandria,
Bye,
Sherry.
guys.
Bye, guys.
And we will be moving on next to our conversation about racism within the education and social services sector. We will be speaking with sisters Bria and Alana Pierce, and that will be at 2:50 p.m. So just in 3 minutes, 2:50 p.m. Eastern time, and we'll meet you here. Hello, guys. Welcome back. I am Elle Mejia, founder of PrettyGirlsWork. I am here with my co-moderator, Tashika Gomes, our marketing and communications director extraordinaire. And we are here with Pretty Girls Work Politics Aside. This is an anti-racism summit where we are featuring 20-minute conversations with Black professional women across industries. We're really looking to not just discuss the not just discuss the subject of systemic racism, but really look at ways in which we can move forward sustained active change in these industries. So we're moving right along now to our section on racism in education and social services. And we have sisters joining us today, Bria Pierce and Alana Pierce Watson, both who work in the social services sector. Bria, who works as a therapist in Florida, and Alana Pierce Watson, who works as a child protection worker for Peel Region here in Ontario. So thank you, ladies, for joining us today.
Hi.
How are you guys doing?
Having us.
I find it really interesting that the two of you as sisters have really kind of committed your life and your careers to helping the most vulnerable people in our societies. And you guys are kind of doing it in two very, very different regions. So that's kind of what I want to speak to when I talk to both of you in this conversation, is what experiences you've had with racism within your sphere. Because I know, Bria, you're in Florida doing the work that you do. And I know that we hear all the stories. We're, for those of you that are watching and listening, Pretty Girls Work, we're actually based in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. So we get a lot of the news that's going on in the United States, but it's not necessarily aligned with what our day-to-day experiences are here, although we do have quite a bit of work to do on our end as well. So why don't we start by just kind of hearing what examples or incidents of racism you've experienced within your sphere, whether it's yourself as the professional or some of the people that you work with. And maybe we'll start with you, Bria.
I'm grateful because as of yet, I haven't experienced personal racism in my field. Granted, I've only been in the field since August of last year, but I've had good experiences so far. However, for my clients, I've experienced it quite a bit. Working in the homeless shelter, I'd say majority of the population, a good amount of the population was Black. And specifically, there was a mother who was a single mother of 4, and she was on welfare. She wasn't working and she was taking care of her children. She had government housing in Minnesota. And she had a boyfriend who had flown her out to Florida for vacation, and he was going to buy her and her children the flight back once they got to Minnesota. And I guess they had gotten in an argument, and he said that he wasn't going to pay for the flight for them to get back anymore. And of course, she didn't have the money to get herself and her 4 kids back. So she heard about some programs through the police that she could go to for help. And when she went to the police, they told her, well, I don't know who told you to come out here with all these kids without a way to get back in the first place. Wow. So when she came in, that's how she ended up in the homeless shelter. And so she came in and I was doing her intake. And after I did the intake, I was consulting with the clinical director, and she goes, oh, come on, do you believe any police officer would ever say that to somebody? She's probably lying. And my first response was, I certainly do think that a police officer would look at a Black woman with 4 children and have the nerve to say something so insensitive to her. So And that was coming from, like I said, the clinical director of the behavioral health program. So while I don't think that was her intention, was to come across the way that she did, I certainly think that she didn't quite put herself in the shoes of a Black woman and to bother taking consideration the biases and stereotypes that are held against us.
I mean, I think it's a difficult place for people to put themselves in, or a difficult thing for someone to understand when it's not their experience. And I think that's really what we've been seeing in the last few weeks is Black people have been talking about their day-to-day experiences forever. What's happened now with the onset of social media is that people who are not having that day-to-day experience, who really do look at it and say, I don't think a police officer would ever say that. I don't think a counselor at a high school would tell a student, college is not for you. I don't think, I don't think this teacher would say that. I don't think this principal would say that. All of these different experiences are now being caught on our smartphones. And now you can't ignore it anymore.
Because it's so far from their reality.
Exactly. So you had to put it in front of them. And so now I think that's really the awakening that we've seen in the last couple of weeks, is that it's not bad people who have decided not to be racist anymore and who now want to be good. It's people who genuinely, this was not their day-to-day experience. They had difficulty understanding that that was someone else's day-to-day experience. And now they're being confronted with the proof of what Black people have to deal with, not just with overt racism, but with a lot of these microaggressions that happen on a daily basis as well. So I think that speaks to that pretty clearly. Alana, I'd ask you the same question. What experiences in racism you found within your sector working as a child protection worker for Peel Region?
First off, for myself experiencing it, I experience it all the time with clients that aren't Black, comments they make to me, or even just seeing it. For example, with two clients that I had when I first started with Peel, one was a white single mother with 2 kids, and the other one was a Black single mother with 4 kids. And they both physically disciplined their child, so hit their child, and the police were called on both occasions. The Black mother got arrested and charged and had no previous history with CAS in any region. The white mother got a warning and no charges, and she had previous history with CS for different regions and had children taken out of her care. Both of these girls were the exact same age, same type of physical discipline, no weapons used. It was just the parents' hands. But I could see the way the Black mother was treated in that instant, and how the Black mother went through the ringer in court when we had to go to court to try to get back her child, and same with the white mother, but the white mother had a lot less hoops to jump through. And you see that every day in child welfare, unfortunately.
It's unfortunate.
Given the example that you just provided, how do you feel with everything that's happening now? I mean, I know that the States is kind of the epicenter of the movement, but definitely a lot is happening in Canada and in Ontario. Given what you just said, how do you feel about the movement and the current climate and the conversations that are being had specifically in your industry on race and racism?
I think that now that it's being brought to light a little more, I feel like there are conversations that are happening. They should have happened a long time ago, but even when the conversations are happening, for example, at Peel, we had a speaker come in to do an anti-racism speech talk with our staff members. And staff near the end of the conversation started speaking up about our agency and things that they've experienced within our agency and how they felt about that. And even at that point, some of it was getting shut down, but I feel it's still not open for discussion. What they're sharing is not being received and actually being heard, and how we can make changes. It's just being reasons why it's happened, or we'll have a discussion about how we can fix it, but then that's where it stands.
So you're really just kind of, and I think our last segment we were talking about just kind of waiting and seeing whether or not all of the conversations that we're seeing right now or that we're having right now are actually going to develop into any type of sustained change for those industries. So I think we're just kind of in the waiting game there.
Yeah.
So Brea, I would love to hear from you, being in the States and being in Florida. How do you feel about, I'm sure the climate's a little different there. How do you feel about these conversations that are happening and everything that you're witnessing, I'm sure on a daily basis?
I love that we're having the conversations, but I think sometimes it can get overwhelming because when you're the minority in a group, so let's even just socially in my friend group, if I'm the minority, and it's kind of makes you sometimes want to stay to yourself a little bit because it gets tiring, right? So if somebody broaches the topic and you're a minority, there's a chance that somebody is going to have a differing opinion of you because they haven't had the same experience that you've had. And so it's kind of every time you're getting ready to do something, you kind of feel like I've got to get ready for battle in a sense, because I don't know what conversations are going to come up, and I'm going to have to be the one to be speaking for the masses, by myself.
Yeah.
So in terms of what work you can do, I know, Alana, you mentioned having this conversation within your field and just kind of waiting to see whether or not it's going to develop into sustained change. Are there any calls to action that people within your field or even people outside of your field can can push forward in terms of trying to create that change? Are there any initiatives that we should be looking towards, or maybe that don't even exist yet, but that you would like to see within your spheres in order to create that type of sustained change? And I'd actually ask the question to both of you.
So, in social welfare, I would like to see them hear what we have to say, be more open to receiving the information. That's a start right there. And then from there, even bringing it down to the kids. So making the child protection workers ask the children how comfortable they feel bringing forward racial issues that they experience. Because not all of our kids get placed in a racially matched home. We have children that
That's
are
true too, yeah.
Black and white homes. So we have to ask them what we can do to support their culture more so they feel more comfortable in the home that they're in. And it's really—
And I know that there are a lot of companies that have been bringing in third party, I don't know if they would be consultants or organizations that can speak to their staff towards that, because I imagine it's a little difficult for staff members or for employees to speak to a system that they find to be racist, or certainly not anti-racist, when they're speaking to the people who may be perpetuating that. And it might be difficult for those people that are in more senior management positions to receive that information if it's about them. So perhaps an initiative to kind of bring in more third-party measures to, I'm not sure if you would say audit, but at least make sure that workers are being heard, to your credit, since you guys are the ones with boots on the ground and firsthand experience with what's going on with a lot of the cases that you handle. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. We actually had someone come into our agency. I wasn't a part of, or did a Zoom call actually. I wasn't a part of it because it was for the white population of our agency, just how they can help their youth that are in care. But I think we need more of that, and it's ongoing. You can't just start in 2020. That should have been from the get-go.
Yeah, no, it should have been from the get-go, and exactly to what you're saying, it can't be just now. It can't just be the hot topic for the next month or two, or whenever we get sports back. It needs to be continued conversation and continued movement. Yeah. And what about you, Bria?
You know, one of the, I guess, most important things we're taught is to be culturally competent. So it's up to therapists, whether your client is the same race as you or a different race from a different culture. It's your responsibility to do your research and to understand that culture, and to understand how that culture, what they experience, is affecting the problems that they're presenting to therapy with. I know that we were just talking about this at work last week. There's a child who was adopted. He's a Black child adopted into a white family, and he was misbehaving. He had a lot of behavioral issues and acting out, and he had a Black individual therapist, but a white family therapist. So it turns out that he was feeling very secluded. He felt like his family wasn't understanding him, that they just didn't have anything in common, they weren't connected. And they were also sending him to boarding schools and summer camps, so he just felt completely disconnected from them. And the white family therapist wasn't understanding that. She didn't. There was an opportunity in family therapy to bring about change within their family, to have the parents want to immerse themselves in his culture and learn more about it and incorporate it into their family. And the white family therapist, she missed that. She missed the mark. So I think that it's important for their therapists to understand what their clients go through on a day-to-day basis and how it affects every part of their lives.
And just a question offside, because I don't know if this is something that would be restricted within this industry, but is there an opportunity for professionals? So for example, for that family therapist who maybe would miss it because she's genuinely not because she's not doing her job properly, but because she's genuinely not tapped into that aspect of her patient's experience. Is there a way to make that more collaborative, to where you're taking your caseload to other colleagues who may have that background, who may be able to pick up on something that you've missed? Or would that kind of go into a confidentiality sphere? Yeah. Oh, is it encouraged? That's
exactly.
Good.
Yeah, always.
I mean, I think the both of you do really, really, really great work within these sectors, and it's such difficult work to manage for not just your racialized clients, like the caseloads that you have and the families that you help day to day, but also for yourselves having to deal with the intersectionality of being women in your fields, and then on top of that being Black women in your fields. And so I commend you both for, it's certainly not work that I would have the heart to do. I think you have to be of a very, very special mindset to be able to do that. So thank you both for continuing to do that work and for being a part of our first anti-racism summit for Pretty Girls Work, and sharing your experiences within your field as well.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
So that is our Racism in Education and Social Services segment. We will be back for our conversation on racism in politics at 3:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you so much for tuning in to Pretty Girls Work Politics Aside. We will see you soon.
See you soon, guys.
Hello and welcome back to Pretty Girls Work, Politics Aside. This is an anti-racism summit where we're featuring 20-minute conversations with professional Black women across different professional sectors and really just trying to gauge what their views are, not only on the systemic racism that exists within their industries, but also in how this conversation is being received within their industry, this new conversation within the last couple of weeks, and also what calls to action they can share with us for sustained changes in their industry so that we can actually get some momentum going and not just have this be a conversation of the moment, but to really see some real impacted change. I'm joined here with my co-moderator, Tashika Gomes. She is the Marketing and Communications Director for Pretty Girls Work, and always my partner in crime with these conversations. Our next segment is actually going to be dealing with racism in politics. We're going to be joined by Dr. Jill Andrew. She is the current MPP for the Toronto St. Paul's district. I've actually just spoken to her. She's running a little bit behind, and so I wanted to have a conversation with Tashika, or actually continue a conversation with Tashika on camera that we've had offline that I think is interesting to have online while we wait for Dr. Andrew to get situated and bring her into this conversation, because I know that for Tashika and I, this is a very difficult conversation to come into. And a little bit of an awkward conversation to have, and not necessarily one that we've spoken too much about on the Pretty Girls Work platform or even within our own individual spheres. And we had a conversation about how interesting it is to bring on this conversation, and how interesting it is that it would be us two having this conversation on this platform, because it's not necessarily a conversation we're comfortable with having, but I think that's the point, is that it's not really a conversation that a lot of people are comfortable with having. And so why not have it together and educate ourselves together and really try to get some forward momentum together. How has it been going for you, Tashika?
A lot of self-reflection, and I think just trying to learn and educate myself as much as possible, coming from the Caribbean and growing up in the Caribbean and being seen as Indo-Caribbean rather than Afro-Caribbean because of my appearance in the Caribbean. That's how it's viewed, and that's what I'm kind of seen as. And then coming to North America, to Canada, as an adult, and then being seen as a Black woman and everything that comes with that. It's definitely been a very interesting, I've definitely struggled a bit in terms of identity over the years. And I think it's something that I maybe had put on the back burner for a little while and tried not to think about too much because it was so much to offload.
It's a lot to unpack. Yeah, definitely a lot to unpack. Dr. Andrew is now with us in the broadcast studio, so we'll bring her into this conversation. This conversation is on racism in politics, and I've been looking forward to speaking with Dr. Andrew for a really long time. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Hi, Elle. How are you?
Hi.
I'm well, thank you. I'm well. Oh, it's a little quiet. I'm wondering if it's my sound on here. Oh no, I think we're good. I think we're okay. But no, I really wanted to have this conversation with you because you've been such a powerhouse in championing this conversation before it was the topic of conversation in the last couple of weeks. And so I think it would be really important to get your perspective, not just on what experiences you've had with racism within your sphere, but also with the conversations I know that you've had with a lot of the people who you represent and a lot of the people who you champion for, in terms of making sure that conversation stays at the forefront, and that you're one of the people that's actually pushing for sustained change within your industry and within our communities as well. So I'd love to start with asking you just about the work that you do, what your mandate is, and what experiences you've had with racism within your sector, within politics.
Well, thank you again very much for having me. I'll just start by introduction. So I am MPP Jill Andrew, or Dr. Jill. And I am the member of Provincial Parliament for Toronto St. Paul. I'm also a proud member of the Ontario NDP Official Opposition and the Ontario NDP Black Caucus. And within part of my mandate is to sort of oversee or be the critic of two really important areas to me, and that is women's issues and also the culture sector for Ontario. So COVID-19, a lot of people have been talking, of course, about anti-Black racism, about anti-Indigenous racism, about food insecurity, poverty, homelessness. All of these topics have come up, some greater than others, during COVID-19. But it's so important that we say that this is not due to COVID-19. because these experiences, these issues have been living for generations. And I think that's so important for us to say, especially, you know, now as people are, you know, putting up their Black Lives Matter signs on social media. We need the conversation to go beyond a post or a tweet.
Yeah.
You know, the information, the momentum that people have now has to not extinguish when the lights are on, you know, when the hashtags aren't trending anymore. And we have to look at systemic change. We have to look at leadership. You know, we have to look at board of directors. We have to look at land ownership. You know, we have to look at where Black communities are situated. Where is our access to certain resources, or should I say our inaccess? Why are certain communities unable to access resources? You know, we look at today as National Indigenous, you know, Day, and we have so many communities, Indigenous communities, without clean drinking water. You know, we have Black people's lives, lost lives, Black deaths surrounding us here, you know, down south, this, that, and the other. So these are not just issues that are happening now because of COVID-19. These are issues that have always been happening. And, you know, the three of us on this call, we know that because we live these issues. You know, in our work, we have family who have lived them. We have colleagues who look like us who have lived them. And particularly as women of color, as Black women, you know, we are also trying to put ourselves out into this world under gender stereotypes. You know, if we are too loud, you know, if we take up space, God forbid we get angry, you know, God forbid we get aggressive. And all of a sudden we're aggression. We're aggressive beasts, we're monsters, we're subhuman, we're not
That question has been so, it's just the strangest thing to me when I see on social media, and I see that in response to some of the videos, the impassioned videos that you see people have posted on their YouTubes and on their Instagrams and on their Twitters, and you'll see the response where it's like, well, why is she so loud? Why is she so angry? Why would she not be angry? What is there not to be angry about in this conversation?
Absolutely, and I will tell you, as a budding politician, I mean, I've only been doing this for 2 years. So I recognize that I have lots to learn, but you know, when I stand up in the Legislative Assembly of Ontario and I raise my voice, you know, and I'm speaking out, you know, I'm speaking out whether it's about Regis, I'm speaking out whether it's about the fact that we don't have an anti-racism directorate worth anything that's actually doing the work of addressing anti-Black racism, anti-Indigenous racism, anti-Semitism, anything. Like, it's just not doing the work. Because our Premier, Doug Ford, has not invested in our anti-racism directorate. It practically doesn't exist, for goodness sake, under this government, right? You know, and we're talking about the fact that we have PSWs, you know, personal support workers who have died at the hands of COVID-19 because we had a Premier who did not ensure that every single frontline essential hero had the protective equipment they needed to protect their lives, let alone the lives of the seniors that they took care of. When I stand up in the House and speak about these things, darn right I'm angry. Like, I am pissed off. I'm disappointed. And I'm going to raise my voice. And time after time, Elle and Tashika, I can tell you, I have been tone police in the Legislative Assembly of Ontario by the government. You know, even before COVID-19, I've been called rude. You know, it's been insinuated that I am a bully in the legislature.
I mean, but you know what? I feel like those are all things that anyone who's ever pushed forward any type of real change in our history has been called all of those things while it's happening. They're only heroes after the fact. So you must be on the right path if you're getting that type of criticism.
And at the end of the day, you know, when men are loud or take up space,
it's different.
You know, and I'm going to be very specific. Cisgender white men, particularly,
Exactly.
When they do all of the above, when they show passion for the cause and the
well, that's what it is. It's passion, right? It's not anger. It's passion.
leadership, it's articulate dialogue,
Yeah.
right? So these are all the things that we are consistently living with. And that is why one of my biggest mandates, and a mandate that is certainly, front and center for the Ontario NDP, has been to engage as many Black young people, adults, community members as I can, physically bring them into Queen's Park, physically having them meet our leaders, meet, myself and the other members of Black Caucus, so that they can see that Queen's Park is their house.
Well, I think it's important work, because I think that it's something that a lot of the youth in our community, they understand the issue that exists in their community. They live it every day, but they don't necessarily see themselves as having access to those rooms and those spaces to be able to make that change. So them being able to have conversation with someone that they resonate with, someone that they connect with, and someone that feels like them, to let them know, I can hold your hand and walk you into this room. There is space for you here. It's so important. It's so important. And even if it's not, I think it's easy to kind of say, okay, everyone who agrees with us here, let's move in this direction. It doesn't have to be youth who agree with your mandate, who fall into your political lines. Exactly. Just come. Let's have the conversation. Be part of this conversation so that we can create that change. It's so important.
And Dr. Jill, you mentioned the work that needs to be done. So how do you feel about Parliament or your district or the work that you do? How do you feel the conversations and the movement that's happening right now is being received? Like, are you happy about what's happening?
I have to be very, very honest with you. From the time COVID-19 begun, the countless people I've heard from, personal phone calls, emails, calls to a constituency office, with regards to rent and debt, the perpetual fears, the mental health crises that people were under because they were in fear of eviction, receiving eviction notices at a time like this. Our provincial government should have stood up day one, the minute they could have stood up. They should have stood up. They should have offered rent control. They should have offered rent relief. They should have offered basic income, all the kinds of interventions, humane interventions that could have allowed for the Black communities I represent, to be able to feel a little more secure, a little more valued during a time like this. Instead, what I see is my folks still getting eviction notices. What I've seen, in Little Jamaica, for instance, along Eglinton West, kind of like Eglinton Field to like Eglinton and Marley Avenue area, you know what I'm saying? What I've seen are small businesses disappear.
Yeah.
They have to disappear. They've shuttered. They've shuttered because of COVID-19. And I should correct myself, because it's not even just COVID-19. We can go as far back to Eglinton Crosstown and the construction mess that has literally, sucked the life out of communities of color, out of Little Jamaica. I mean, obviously, we are resilient people. We are fighters. You see the work of organizations like Black Urban MTO, BIAs in our area, store owners, parents, elders, who are coming together, banding their bellies, as people would say, to keep things moving. You know what I mean? But you still need to have your government involved.
Well, I think that's the key. It's the caveat of the Black woman is the Black woman is strong and resilient and all of these things that you said, and it's wonderful. It would just be nice to not have to be those things every day for everything.
There is a mental health cost. There is a physical health cost, for being quote unquote resilient. And I think, the sooner we can break that strong Black woman spirit, stronger that we can, be okay with being broken at times, be okay with not having all the answers. I went through something very personal last week, and I just had to peace out for a couple of days. You know what I mean? And that was very hard for me because, of course, respectability politics pops into your mind and performance anxiety and all of this. But we have to know when to check out and take a break and look for ourselves and look for our people and look to our other Black women who are our dear friends and give ourselves virtual hugs until we can give ourselves real.
Definitely.
The lifting is very heavy. The lifting is very heavy.
So what are some, I'm sure there are a laundry list of call to actions and initiatives and programs that you can recommend to us, but I'd love to hear some of the ones that are most relate to race and racism that you can direct us to and kind of tell our audience about.
Well, I'll say this. As a Black woman, I can never speak highly enough about the work that women's health and women's hands does. I can never speak high enough about the work that they do, championing the health, the mental health of Black women, of women of color, of racialized women. I think about the Black Business Professional Association, and the fantastic woman, Nadine Spencer, who is the president, the head of that organization. I think about the Jamaican Canadian Association, organizations that are literally, the main vein, to our families, to our arts and culture, to our business, to our understanding of economy, and very much so, our understanding around how we can be involved in politics. I think about, peer districts, and I think about the Black parent advocacy groups that are advocating against the entrenched, systemic, disgusting anti-Black racism that is parading around in the school district school board. And how dare that board and that director of education now come after the very Black youth and parent advocacy groups that are trying to speak out and speak up for Black youth, for our kids. You know what I mean? Like, there's so much going on. I think it's just important that we get involved, that we get engaged, and have our voices heard. However we can, whether I'm at Girl Guides, believe it or not, whether I'm at Girl Guides, whether I'm chatting with the Canadian Women's Foundation, whether I'm with Humewood House, that is a beautiful space in our community that, helps and uplifts, young parents. These are all places that are doing work, that are championing for Black young people, Black young women, Black women, and we have to just ensure that we keep lifting them up. Because, we can talk about COVID-19 all we want. That is a pandemic, but my friends, white supremacy is the pandemic. Misogyny is a pandemic. Particular racism and sexism that is targeted directly at Black women is a pandemic as well. Gender-based violence is a public health crisis as well. There's so many pieces that we have to work on, but really it starts with one small thing, and that is seeing an issue, being passionate about it, and making a decision to join with just one more person to make your voice heard on that issue and get action. So I tell everyone, reach out to your school board trustees, your city councilors, your member of provincial parliament, your member of parliament, your senator. Reach out to all of them, regardless of political affiliation. We are all there to work for you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Dr. Jill. It's been such a pleasure. I know you have a lot on your plate and you're doing such amazing work for all of us, so it's really greatly appreciated. We're going to wrap it up there. Thanks again. You have a fantastic rest of your day.
Thank you.
And we're going to launch into our next segment is coming up on racism in medicine, which starts at 3:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I think we're just waiting on on Shelley there. So see you guys at 3:40 in just 4 minutes on Racism in Medicine.
Hello, and thank you for tuning in. We are into our next segment, Racism in Medicine. And I'm so happy to have Dr. Candice Todd and Nicole McFarlane-Williams, a registered nurse in Ontario, joining us. And of course, by now you all know my beautiful co-host, co-moderator,
Hello.
Tashika Gomes.
Hi, guys.
Dr. Candice and Nicole for joining us in this conversation.
Thank you for having us.
So for those of you that are just tuning in, this is Pretty Girls Work Politics Aside, where we're having 20-minute conversations with Black women across different sectors, just discussing their experiences with systemic racism within their field, but more than that, to discuss specific calls to action that we can push forward to make sure that this is not just a conversation of the moment, but to make sure that we're pushing forward to some sort of sustained change moving forward. So I really do appreciate both of you women, not just for the work that you're doing in the midst of this pandemic, joining us with us for this conversation today, but for the work that you do. I know both of you championing women's health and women's rights moving forward as well. So thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to start off.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to start off with a question to both of you guys, Dr. Candice and Nikki. Dr. Candice, nice to see you again. I would love to hear some examples or experiences that you've had or have witnessed of racism within your own field.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So for me, I've been a nurse for 16 years. And racism in nursing, it's twofold. So it's very overt, and then there is the microaggression. So a lot of it is very overt with the patients. So I've had patients not want me to provide care because I'm Black. They rather have said, no, you're at NIGGER. I don't want you. In the current position I am now, it happens all the time. So a lot of times when I introduce myself over the phone with my clients that I'm going to go see in their homes, they don't, I guess probably by the way I speak, they don't assume that I'm Black. So when I show up at their homes, a lot of them are surprised. They automatically assume that I may be there to give them their bath. When I'm there actually to do an assessment for long-term care or services in the home. Some of them have asked for a case manager that is of their culture or of their race. Or some of it is disguised with language. So we want maybe an Italian-speaking case manager. Well, there's not a whole lot of Black people in my team that speak Italian. There aren't any that speak Italian, right? Yeah. And then a lot of it is actually with the personal support workers, where they flat out ask me to change the personal support worker because of their color of their skin. Mm-hmm. And that's a very difficult conversation. And 9 times out of 10, unfortunately, they get what they want.
Mm. Wow.
You know what? It's actually not. I've heard, so both my mother and my sister work in long-term care. It's not a conversation that's foreign to me at all. I think I've heard since I was young stories of residents, particularly older residents as well, that will flat out, very overtly say, no, I don't want that person touching me because she's Black or because she's an N-word or because anything along those lines. It's sad, but it's just not an uncommon story to me.
Yeah.
Dr. Candice?
So for me, it is, I will get the "Are you the doctor?" question a lot, which is, it's something that I've sort of learned to, just sort of shrug off and, confidently be like, yes, I am the doctor, and carry on. I think for me, though, just with schooling and in healthcare in general, I think a lot of the focus for me is like health inequities. So I'm seeing the patients who are not feeling like they're being heard when they go to see their family physicians. They feel like they can't connect with their doctors or people who are, not of the same culture or race as they are. And, this is a bigger problem. Obviously, it is rooted in systemic racism, in implicit biases, in our own insecurities because of systemic racism as well. Just feeling like we are not good enough to, get a certain degree of healthcare. For me, feeling not good enough to raise my voice when I was in school or in classes. I think that it's a larger conversation and picture that is happening. So definitely a lot of health inequity in health care as a whole, and that's what I see a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
It's very unfortunate.
So with the conversations that have been happening over the last few weeks, have you seen a change in the way that this is all being received within your industry? I know that you're both involved in healthcare, but also in very different sectors of healthcare. So I'd like to kind of get both of your perspectives on how this conversation is being received amongst your colleagues or even your patients, if you're able to speak to that. And maybe we can start with you, Nikki.
So for me, it was actually very interesting because at the same time of the race relations that have erupted, we're dealing with COVID. And COVID was like, I was thrown into the trenches. I was deployed to a long-term care home. I had clients who wanted to take their loved ones out of a nursing home. Families were worried. They were concerned. I have former clients dying and their families calling. So it was like I personally was dealing with two pandemics. And when it all, after George Floyd's video and a few days after, I said to a colleague of mine, she's kind of like my mom at work. And I called her and I said, like, I find it really interesting that I've been with this organization. So I'm in a subdivision of Ontario. We're moving to Ontario Health. So I said, I found it really interesting that, we have been trained on, we've had in-services on everything. We've had in-services on what's our personality type related to colors and, crisis management and self-defense techniques and how to speak to your clients. But we've never had any conversations about race relations and how to have those really difficult conversations with our clients and as well as our colleagues. And I was just like, is no one going to say anything about this? So that week we actually had a team meeting and I brought it up, and it was interesting enough to hear all my other colleagues join in and say, yeah, some of them have been here longer than me. And we're like, we've never talked about it. So then that led to a bigger conversation organizational wide. Someone did a virtual, like a Zoom on, I think it was Friday. It was like a panel in service. And I honestly never knew so many Black people. It was a beautiful thing to see, but it was also a really sad thing to see because there has never been anything like it. They have never created space for us to discuss the microaggressions that we deal with. They've never created space for us to discuss how do we deal with such a diverse population and being Black in Toronto and dealing with clients or patients who don't want us, who don't feel that we are qualified to take care of them. So it was nice to see, but it was also sad. So it was the first one that's ever happened. So I'm not sure where they go from here. But I'd be curious to see how, as time goes on, what they do.
Yeah, we've been hearing that thread with all of the conversations that we've been having, that the conversations are happening and everyone's very grateful that the conversations are happening, but
I think Shelley's frozen there. Yeah. Dr. Candice, I would love for you to answer that question as well.
Yeah, so, from our board, we've gotten all the emails and, this is what we're going to do. And, but I find that what I've been getting a lot is, people asking me what to do, like I have all the answers. And I think it's because Black people are so underrepresented in my profession, particularly. So naturopaths, probably 95% white and probably 95 or maybe 98% women as well. So, I've been getting calls from friends or others, colleagues, I guess, asking me, how are you doing? How can I support you? And, it's really about, I don't have all the answers, one, and it was starting to feel like I was the token Black friend or, token colleague that, could educate you. And, it's really about finding your own resources and all the information is out there. I can understand getting a perspective from, you know, a Black person. But I don't have all the answers. I do work in a private clinic that is a Black-owned business. And so, you know, from a systemic point of view, you know, there wasn't this sort of, you know, this is what we're doing. And, you know, I'm able to see if there's action or inaction because, you know, we sort of all have similar experiences being in a Black-owned business, having clientele that is predominantly people of color as well. So it was more about us putting things out there to help educate the community and help them feel supported as well. So
right,
a little different perspective there.
You bring up something important that I'm sure within like your business and the work you do, and even in your personal life, you're being forced almost to have these conversations maybe more often than you would like to have them. So do you have any advice then for somebody who is not a person of color or maybe not in that type of environment or community where they feel comfortable in having those conversations and they're trying to navigate it? Do you have any advice for them?
So there are a number of associations and not-for-profits doing, especially in healthcare, doing, you know, the grunt work, doing the hard work, and have been doing it for, you know, long before this conversation was sort of on trend. You know, the Black Health Alliance, for example, in Toronto, they have a number of resources about health inequities and, you know, sort of the history of why Black people have been underserviced and just information on, you know, these things affect Black people more. Here's the information. This is what we can do about it. So there are a number of resources like that that can help people in this.
Definitely, yes, and maybe take the load off of somebody who's a person of color. So, Nikki, do you have any resources yourself? Any calls to action or anything like that you would love to share with us?
The Black Alliance. They're a really great organization. And then also some of your local community hubs. So like in the area that I work in, we have the Black Creek Health Center. And they have different branches that, you know, they have nurse practitioners, they have diabetic education, you name it, they have it. So sometimes it's just looking within the actual community, within the community that you live in, to see what organizations they have to be able to provide some resources.
Awesome. And do you have any advice in maybe for somebody who's not a person of color in navigating those conversations, or even a person of color who maybe is getting a little exhausted from having these conversations all the time for the past couple of months?
Can I tell you that's been, so all of the women that I've had to speak to it and kind of getting everything set up for today, everyone has the exact same attitude, which is it's such an important conversation to have. We're so tired. We're so tired.
Nikki,
I just feel like, you know, if you seek, you will find. Right? Like we have access to the internet, Instagram, Facebook, all these things. If you want it, you will find it. You know?
And that's good and bad. If you want the negative, you'll find that too.
Right. From there, if that sparks further questions, then you can continue to do your research and then ask, you know, your friends around you and ask those questions. But to just come out of the blue without doing any homework, without doing any research, and be like, hey, well, what can I do? Hey, I'm not here to answer those questions for you. You need to figure it out. And if you get to a place where I can help, I'm willing to do so, but you have to do some of the work, because that also shows me that you're interested and you're really engaged and you're willing to do the work.
Awesome. I know we lost you for a second there, Elle. So if there's anything that
dealing with some technical difficulties here. I'm trying my best, guys.
Amazing. If there's nothing else, I guess we can wrap up this segment.
Yeah, no, I think what I really wanted to make sure that we said in this segment specifically is I recognize that with the work that you do and with the sectors that you're both in personally, that you're having to deal with the stresses of not just this conversation on anti-racism, but all of the stresses that come with being frontline workers in this pandemic as well. So in contrast to what we're asking for everyone else in terms of sharing their experiences and sharing their knowledge and what advice do you have for people around you, I would say that for both of you especially, mind your mental health. Check out what you check out, and thank you very much for the work that you're doing for women in your sphere, for all of the patients that come into your circle. I have the pleasure of knowing both of you personally, and I know the spirit that you bring to your work, and I just wanted to say thank you for that as well.
Thank you, Elle.
Thank you so much.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
So that wraps up our Racism in Medicine segment. We will be back with, what are we back with, Tashika? You're better at the schedule than I am.
Racism in real estate, which you'll be leading.
Racism in real estate. All right, we'll be back with Racism in Real Estate at 4:05 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tune in.
See you guys.
Hello, hello, and welcome again. You're tuned into Pretty Girls Work, Politics Aside. This is an anti-racism virtual summit put on by Pretty Girls Work, where we are featuring 20-minute conversations with women across sectors and discussing their personal experiences with racism and also what calls to action they'd like to bring attention to within their sphere. We are now moving on to the racism in real estate segment, and we'll actually be pulling this segment as a standalone episode for the This Girl Sells Real Estate podcast. So I would like to welcome our listeners and viewers on that podcast as we welcome our guests who will be joining this conversation with us today. Elisa Lopez, who is a Toronto area realtor, Bethany King, who is also a Toronto area realtor, and Latoya Williams, who is a rent discrimination advocate within the city of Toronto as well. How are you, ladies?
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you.
Hi.
Tashika will actually not be joining us for this segment. Tashika Gomes is our marketing and communications director for Pretty Girls Work, and she has been co-moderating the summit with me. But for this conversation, because I happen to be in the real estate sector myself, I have made myself the unofficial fourth panelist for this segment. But I'm so glad to speak to you ladies today about a conversation that's been certainly at the forefront over the last couple of weeks, definitely still a difficult conversation to have, but an important one nonetheless. So I thank all of you for stepping in today to have that conversation with me. I wanted to start out by asking about your experiences personally with racism within your sphere. I know it can come in a lot of different forms. I know with Elisa and Bethany, you can probably speak to racism that you've seen not just with yourselves as Black women within the real estate industry, but also for your clients. But Latoya, I know that you can also speak from a very different perspective of racism that you've come across yourself within the rental market. So I'd like to start with you, Elisa. What experiences can you speak to that you've experienced within the real estate sector in Toronto?
So I would say, it's very sad that it still does happen. When I'm out meeting with clients, like I've been told like, wow, like you're so pretty for a Black girl. Like that's a very inappropriate remark to make, because it's almost like they're stereotyping that there's no like beauty, that a Black woman can't be beautiful. And it's just like, it happens and it comes and it goes. And I've also experienced it with just having a client's offer turned down once they send in their driver's license, because they are Black and everything was fine on paper. They have all their credentials and everything's done. And then as soon as they get the driver's license, they don't want to accept an offer. Yeah. So it's pretty sad. It does happen and it still happens. And, I have a 3-year-old daughter. So, for me, I'm very passionate about this because she is going to be, living in the future and then the next generation. So it's very important that we do make a change and that, very soon things will actually be changed for good. So.
Absolutely. And Bethany, I know that you've been very vocal, even as recently as this week, doing an interview with the Canadian Real Estate Association on how we can combat anti-Black racism within the real estate sector here as well. So I'd love to hear what your personal experiences have been within the real estate sector with racism.
Yeah, thanks for asking. I mean, I've been having a lot of conversations over the past probably 2 weeks with a lot of broker owners, managers, and, with different boards. And I think, just as a real estate agent, and I'm sure Elle, you can attest to this, it's really prominent, the racism in Canada, when you do represent someone that is a minority figure and you put in an offer and your offers are rejected, right? That is something that is common and I was used to. What I wasn't used to was the lack of support when all of these protests started and all the riots were so, they were just so constant on social media.
Right.
I remember, waking up and checking my feeds and like being so devastated by all this, this traumatic videos that I would see on the day-to-day and looking around at my peers and watching them just operate business as usual and think, like, do you not see what's going on here?
Yes.
Like, you're the only one seeing this right now?
It's like living in alternate realities, right? Where you're like, clearly we're not living in the same world. Yeah. I'm watching this video and you're texting me about sushi later. So we're not, we're not operating in the same sphere right now.
Very insensitive.
I think one of the more poignant things that I've seen written on social media as these conversations have gotten more into the forefront in the last 2 weeks is on LinkedIn. I think I saw someone post to people that work in corporate spaces to be aware of the fact that your Black employees are going to be their mind is not going to be in this meeting today. Their mind is not going to be in this phone conference that you've got going on for the next 2 hours. Their mind is elsewhere. There are some serious mental health and social health issues that are going on right now that is preoccupying them, that hasn't always preoccupied people that are not Black. And so I think that's the difference in this conversation, is that there is so much discussion happening right now outside of the Black community about anti-Black racism. And that's what feels different this time to me. And I'm hopeful that it means that there will be some sustained change moving forward. Now, Latoya, you come at this very, very differently, because you've actually been thrust almost into the rental discrimination sphere by virtue of your own personal experiences, because I heard about you reading an article about you, I think it was in the Toronto Star, certainly one of the larger Toronto area newspapers, about initiatives that you took after you found that you were repeatedly being discriminated against in the rental market.
Right. So yes, I do have a personal experience with renting. I started the process. I have to admit, I was a bit naive to the renting process because it was my first time renting. We had just recently sold, so we decided to rent for a few years. So I did that, and the experience I had, I just hit roadblock after roadblock trying to secure rental for me and my family. We initially we had a realtor, but I decided to look on my own as well while he was working in the background. And I reached out to a landlord, and he was receptive on the phone. He looked at my application, and everything sounded great. He said, if you want the place, it's yours. Just come by and we can look at it. So me and my husband went over and we looked at it. And the moment we got there and we met him, it was just, the vibe was off. He wasn't very receptive to us. He showed us the place in less than 5 minutes, and got a, we'll be in touch. And then the next
whole
day,
attitude changed. Yeah.
The next day I received a call saying, you weren't the right fit. We decided to go with somebody else, you know, and it was a complete shock to me, because here I was ordering boxes to start packing to move, because the what I got from our conversation was the place was ours. We just wanted to look at it first. And come to find out a week later, the place was still up for rent. So that led me to believe that because of the color of my skin, you know, I lost out on that rental. And there was other situations where we would go, me and my realtor, we would go and see places. And the other realtor, one realtor came out and she said to me, she's like, oh, you have very good credit. Like she was almost shocked that my credit was good. And it took me aback. I was just like, why is it a surprise to you that I have good credit? And these are the scenarios that I kept getting. These are the things that kept happening to me. I was basically looking for a rental for almost 6 months before I found one. And then it just, you know, that's what drove me to create the group. Because I was like, it's not just me, because in conversation with other Black people, I would come up with I would hear the same stories. And it just compelled me to create this group where we can connect with our own, where, you know, we won't face those kinds of barriers, where people are open to renting to us. So that was the force behind the group. And another reason why I really wanted to create this group was most of the people that reached out to me about them struggling to find a place to live were sole support mothers. They have the toughest time trying to secure safe and affordable housing for themselves. And there's so many layers to this topic.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And you're speaking on it from a consumer standpoint, but I know I haven't been in residential brokerage for quite a number of years, but I saw it when I did residential. I know Elisa and Bethany, you see it too, the discrepancy that exists between how your clients look on paper and when you send in that driver's license. So I do want to speak more to the group that you've created, LaToya, a little bit later on this segment, because I think it's such an important resource within the city. But I also wanted to ask specifically Elisa and Bethany, how you feel this conversation is being received in the last couple of weeks, because I feel like there's been sort of an awakening with people who have never been forced to really have to look at this situation before, look at this topic before, who are now not really being given a choice. Like, you have to look at this. We need to make change. There needs to be a difference. What are we doing starting now? And I wonder how you guys feel that conversation is being received within your circles, within your brokerages, and maybe even with the clients that you're servicing.
Yeah, well, it's been an emotional roller coaster, I would say. I'm a little bit scrappy with my delivery. I'm very outspoken. And I started pretty much just calling out people close by that I knew. And that's how I got in touch with TRIA. And that's when I demanded that they started implementing some mandatory training so that all realtors across Canada have a better understanding. I found that it wasn't enough to convince someone that this is important because I'm your peer and this affects my life. So I changed the way that I delivered this, and I said, how can we serve our clients if we don't understand their pain, or if we are unaware of our own internal racial biases? And I think for a lot of, when we're in such a white male prominent industry, it's tough for people to acknowledge it, because once you acknowledge that there has been systematic oppression and racism, then you're admitting in some form that you have benefited from this.
I think that's the difficult conversation with a lot of people who find themselves in this conversation who have benefited from white privilege without meaning to benefit from white privilege. And it's the fact that you don't need to be a bad person. You don't need to be a racist to benefit from the structure that has been set up in society for you. And so being able to understand that and accept that as fact, because it is fact, doesn't mean saying that you are racist. It doesn't mean saying that you are a bad person. It just means saying that the game has been set up for you to win. And so what is your role going to be now to actively make sure that the people around you, that your Black friends, the Black people that you call your friends, the Black people that are your coworkers, everyone that's in your community has an actual fair shot at getting to the finish line? And I think that's how the conversation is shifting now. And I'm happy to see it, but I think like most people, I'm just kind of waiting to see what sustained change comes from here.
Yes, and just to kind of add to that as well, I just feel like it shouldn't be such a shunned upon topic. Like, this should have been happening for years. It's been happening for years. So why do we feel awkward talking about it? Like, that's a problem in itself, right?
My co-moderator for the entire summit, she's not here for this conversation, but we had a private conversation before we did this, because we both kind of identify as Black women who have not always felt comfortable having that conversation. We're typically the only people of color in our social circles or in our industries. It hasn't always been positioned as a safe space. Even when it hasn't been positioned as an unsafe space, there hasn't been a lot of encouragement to bring this to the forefront, because it makes people uncomfortable. And we've all kind of been put into this mindset where, keep everyone in the room happy. Let's just pretend it's not happening. Let's pretend everything is okay. Let's pretend everyone's on an even playing field, and let's just move forward from there. And so these conversations aren't easy. And even going into today, I wasn't entirely convinced that I was the right person to be having this conversation, because I don't think I've had this conversation nearly enough with the people in my life personally. I have in the last 2 weeks, but that hasn't been my personal history. And I know that that's been the same for a lot of Black women that are in my position. And I think it's time for that shift to happen as well. I wanted to speak specifically about the rental market, because what I wanted to do is go over some calls to action within the real estate sector that I think that everyone on this call and a lot of people that are listening and tuning in right now can actually play a role in. And it actually alludes to I think it was you, Elisa, that talked about sending in the driver's license for your client and all of a sudden everything changes, or Latoya, when you come in for the tour and all of a sudden everything changes, because on paper you couldn't tell that what race the person was, but now when you've got a photo in front of you or the person in front of you, all of a sudden things have shifted. So I wanted to speak more about your group, Latoya, and the work that your group is doing to combat that. But I also wanted to speak very specifically to some calls to action that I'd like to position to Treb and to Oria and to Kriya, really, about how rentals are processed within the Canadian real estate industry and what changes we can make there. So why don't we talk a little bit more about your group, Latoya? You ended up founding a Facebook group that specifically calls to Black renters, Black realtors, Black landlords, and not even just Black landlords and realtors, but really anyone who inclusively understands that this is an issue that Black people are facing, and who are part of that group in order to make sure that there's a safe space for renters to be able to go and to have conversations with people who are open to renting to anyone who is qualified to rent, correct?
Yes. Yep.
And you've had that group for a number of years now.
Yeah, it's been going on. This year will be 3 years. This September will be 3 years going on. It's basically just a group to have us network with landlords who are inclusive, who are open to renting to Black people. And it's a safe space. While we do include landlords who are open to renting to us, they are not in the group, because we want to create that safe environment for our members. Just because, a lot of our members have been through certain issues and they just don't feel comfortable.
Right.
So we do have rentals listed from landlords who aren't Black, who are not of color, but as it stands, they send me an email or they send me a DM with their listing, and then we post it in the group. It's just it's just a network to connect Black tenants with Black homeowners.
And I think it's phenomenal. I think it's a really proactive way to make sure that in the short term today, people have access to resources where they're able to, this is an essential sort of, people need places to live. Shelter is essential, and providing a forum for them to be able to have access to that is phenomenal work. What I want to speak with Bethany and Elisa about is more about the steps that are taken when renting a space through a real estate agent, and ways in which we can shift that to make sure that we're being racially inclusive and really kind of putting up barriers for the anti-Black racism that we see a lot within that conversation. So for those who don't know, generally speaking, what happens when you're leasing a space with a real estate agent is the real estate agent will submit the applications on your behalf, and that application typically has to have your photo ID with it. And that photo ID, or it can be sent after the fact, along with your credit report and all of that other information. And so the landlord has the right to say yes or no to that process. The call to action that I'm actually committing PrettyGirlsWork to, especially as we launch our real estate collective, is in working on why it is that driver's license needs to be there in the first place. So working on a system where you can put forward your application and get a yes or no from the landlord, and then submit any type of identification. And the only way that offer can be rescinded from the tenant is if something in their application is proven to be untrue. So if I'm the same person that I said I was on the application when you said yes, then there's nothing that says that you can say no after you see my driver's license or after you see me in person. Unless I've lied on the application, then we need to move forward. And that's really the work that I want to commit PrettyGirlsWork to moving forward. And I wanted to get some insight from Elisa and Bethany, since you both are still very much day-to-day working within the residential sector, for how you feel that would be received, or whether you think that there are any other tweaks that can be made to that system to make sure that we're being as inclusive as we can be and protecting the most vulnerable people in our society.
I think that's an amazing idea, because at the end of the day, when you submit a rental application, the information is exactly the same. Like on the rental application, you're putting in exactly what's on your driver's license. The only difference is that you just get the photo. And,
exactly.
then that's how you're identifying that, this is what this person looks like. So that shouldn't even be a requirement. And I think what you said is, if there was something that wasn't accurate or, wasn't true, then okay, then we will discuss further then. But I think that's an amazing idea. And I feel like also, like, I've gotten to scenarios where I've actually called the agent out on it, and you call the broker of record, but nothing happens. And it's like, why can we have infractions and, people that are realtors that are being fined for doing, other stuff that it's the exact same. I think it's, if anything, it's more important, right? Because it is an essential service. So that's an amazing idea.
And Bethany, you have some specific calls to action in place that are in the works right now with OREA and with TREB and with the CREA.
Yeah, so specifically with CREA, I'm working with them to roll out some mandatory training across the nation. With OREA, RICO, and TREB, I got in touch with a really great brokerage that's based out of downtown Toronto, and they are really pushing for some huge changes and going directly to the boards and demanding immediate action. And some of those are, number one, creating a position of director of race relations and hiring someone of color to be on the board. Number two, for OREA, RICO, and TREB to start collecting race-based data from both their members so they can start really pinpointing their problems and helping people. Number three, which is huge, which is my favorite, is that they're demanding that OREA, RICO, and TREB analyze the effects of gentrification on racialized communities so they can protect those communities from unfair property tax hikes and predatory land assembly. And then obviously just implementing, mandatory training again so that all of these realtors can navigate this racial discrimination.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I think that there's some real change upon us. And doing all of these things, it's only inevitable, but I think it's important for all of us, whether you're a realtor, whether you're not, whether you're white or whether you're Black. When you're going to hire someone for any job, when you're hiring any sort of company organization, ask them, what did you do to support this movement? And you can consider whether or not you want to put your money there.
Hold people accountable. I think we hold the companies that we buy with accountable, the people that we do business with accountable, hold your friends accountable, hold your family members accountable. I think that there are a lot of ways that we can start making impacts individually, but I so look forward to seeing how some of those conversations play out, Bethany. And I expect that I will be crossing paths with all three of you, and definitely getting in touch with all three of you in the very near future as we push forward the PGW initiative for the for some changes in terms of identification collecting in the rental market as well. I want to say thank you to each and every one of you. I think that the work that we do doesn't need to. When the work that we do in real estate, we're not necessarily the first ones that people come to speak about these matters. And I think that that's important because I think that people who have not had a voice, people who have chosen not to have a voice, people who have been scared to have a voice or maybe a little timid for how it'll affect them in their careers or in their business moving forward. I think it's important to see other women who are doing what they want to do and accomplishing it while staying true to this messaging and staying true to this mandate and standing up for something that they believe in. And I appreciate all three of you for being a part of this conversation and for putting yourselves in this conversation when it wasn't necessarily required of you. So thank you very, very much
for having us.
Thank you. And thank you to our listeners that are tuning in, not just to the Pretty Girls Work Politics Aside Summit, but also to the This Girl Sells Real Estate podcast. As I mentioned at the top of this segment will actually be pulled out for a standalone episode of This Girl Sells Real Estate. So to those of you that are listening and tuning in there, be sure to listen, subscribe, like. It helps us a lot in the long run. And thank you so much to these ladies for having this conversation with us. Up next, we have our very last segment. We will be discussing racism in entertainment, and we will be joined again by our co-moderator, Tashika Gomes, as well as guests, Andrea Lewis and Denise Aziz. We'll be back shortly. Hello, hello. Welcome back. That was a quick break. We went a little over that last segment.
No, it's a great one. I listened in, obviously. Really good information.
So you're tuned into Pretty Girls Work, politics aside, and we are on to our next segment, discussing racism in entertainment. I'm rejoined by my co-moderator, Tashika Gomes.
Hi, guys. Still here.
And we will be speaking with Andrea Lewis, who I'm sure you all know. She is a prominent Canadian actor. You probably know her best as her role of Hazel on Degrassi. And Denise Aziz, who has also been a name in the Toronto model and entertainment industry over the last decade. So thank you so much, ladies, for joining us today. How are you?
Hi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello. Hello. Thanks for having us.
Thank you. It's been so you guys are our last segment. So we've been speaking to women across all different sectors about their experience in racism. For those of you who are just tuning in, this summit has featured 20-minute conversations with Black professional women across different sectors, not just to discuss their experiences with systemic racism, but more specifically to look at calls to action for sustained change. We want this not to just be a conversation of the moment, the way it's been in so many conversations in the past. We really want to see some sustained change and impact start to happen here. And I've always been so intrigued by this conversation as it relates to the entertainment sphere, just because Black people are celebrated and yet not celebrated so much within this sector. And so I'm really interested to hear what the both of you have to say.
Yeah, I mean, I was super excited because I personally feel like there's a lot of work to be done in this sector. So I would love to hear of your own experiences of racism that either you've experienced personally or maybe you've witnessed over the years. You've both been in your industries for quite some time, so I'm sure you've experienced a lot. And maybe we can start with you, Andrea.
It's I was thinking about this question because it's interesting. I think if anything, I would say I've experienced a lot of bias more than anything, more than I could say like direct moments of like just flat out racism. But I have experienced my fair share, I think, of just systemic bias, especially within entertainment and Canadian television, and I think casting and how to write for somebody that looks like me within the television market. I still think this, that I rarely watch Canadian television and think that there's stuff that like truly reflects the experience of a Black Canadian, or just what our culture is or anything like that. So I think my experience, at least in entertainment, I don't know, you learn really early where you fit or how people see you. Like, just casting breakdowns alone kind of teach you that. Like, we're looking for a Black actor. Even after a while, you kind of understand the casting director, if you go to them on a regular basis, what a Black actor may look like to them. That is a light-skinned person or a dark-skinned person or somebody in the middle. And you kind of get that sense of your stuff. But then I think if you try to stretch outside of that is maybe when you start to feel like you've experienced racism, at least for myself. If ever, when I was on Degrassi or anything like that, if ever I felt like I needed or wanted something more than just kind of being like the Black person on the show or the best friend or whatever it is, you always feel like you're kind of getting up against a brick wall, or somebody would necessarily understand why you may want more than just
well, I'm so happy we have you at the forefront of the industry and making strides, and eventually we'll see some more changes in that area. Denise, you've been in the industry for quite some time as well. The fashion industry is brutal. I think everybody knows that. So I would love to hear I'm sure you have a ton of examples as well of experiences that you've had over the years.
I do. Thank you. I want to start by saying thanks for having me, and good afternoon, everybody. Being, part of this industry, I started out doing a little bit of modeling, and for me, it's a bit of a double-edged sword because I'm not standard size. I'm considered plus size, and I'm Black. So the pool for castings for me is very, very small. And so unless it's very specific asking for that, because sometimes they do ask for that, but I have been to castings that my agency has sent me to, and I've been the only Black woman there. And I remember specifically going to one casting downtown, and I walked in, and one of the other models there said, "Are you sure you're in the right place?"
Wow. Yikes. What was your response?
Like, I mean, I wasn't sure, truth be told. And I just thought, well, I read the signs on the door, because they're, they have signs on the doors that say casting, studio A, studio B. So I'm like, okay, I think I'm in the right place.
It's interesting how, that even just that sentence, it crosses industries, because how many times have you walked into a room and looked around and been like, am I in the right place? Because you're the only one that looks like you, you're the only one that sounds like you, you're the only one that's coming with that perspective, and everybody else is on the same page. So am I in the right space? And being a forceful of enough voice to say, yes, I am in the right space, and I'm going to create space for people that look like me and people that sound like me to come in behind me. It's just one of the bravest things that I watch people do, and it's something that I've seen both of you do in your industry, not just in terms of infiltrating those spaces, but in even creating those spaces for your colleagues as well. And so I wanted to speak to you about that, Andrea, because I know a lot of the work that you've gone into even after Degrassi has been very specific to this conversation, maybe not this conversation, but in creating space for the actresses that look like you and that come in with your talent set that don't necessarily get made room for.
Yeah, I think, I don't know. I just feel like as Black people or as a Black creator, I think what naturally happens to you is you then don't want the next group of people to experience the doubts that you have experienced, or to experience the uncomfortableness that you've experienced. Because I think that's how my Blackness has felt in certain places. It's like, yeah, like as uncomfortable as those experiences are, they kind of fool you to want to create for people that look like you and to kind of really stand your ground. And I don't know, I think from a young age, I just really felt like as a Black person, as a Black Canadian woman, as I just wanted to create spaces for others that look like me, and that for other people that felt like me or that had dreams like me and maybe didn't feel like their dreams fit into the spaces that were technically already created. I always think that my discriminating experiences have fueled me into this person. So, it's a blessing, right? It's a blessing.
Yeah. No, you know what? Blessings and curses, you take them all as they come, right?
Denise, do you want to answer that as well, or?
I think Andrea definitely touched on it for us. It's even now, I find things are a little bit more prevalent now in the age of social media. So when I first started modeling and doing commercials, things like that, Facebook was barely around. There was no Instagram. But now, in terms of social media being around and us trying to create space for each other, with Instagram being around, having a lot of followers, I definitely find it's difficult to get the same respect that my counterparts may have. A lot of businesses don't want to pay us the same rates. They don't want to give us the same opportunities, or they want us to work for free.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know about y'all, but a girl's got rent to pay. So, I mean, I'm looking for them to run me I need somebody to run me my coins.
You know what we also need to do is start speaking to our Black colleagues and convince them to stop accepting all of these propositions to work for free.
Absolutely.
Yes. Amen.
That's something that I work for. I work hard to do with other girls who model
so easy,
behind me.
Especially in your industry, it's so easy to just, you can do it for the exposure. I have Instagram.
For the pictures.
It's fine.
Right. Or for this free dress. Right. Or for a free dress or things like that. And I say to that, when City Line comes calling for me to be on a segment, they're not offering me a free dress. They're sending me a check. So, while it's great to build your portfolio, because we all have to start somewhere. I started at the bottom and build my way up. At some point, you have to say enough is enough, because a lot of sometimes a lot of these bigger shows, what they will do is they will pay a very well-known actress or model to come from the US, pay for her flight, pay for her hotel, get a car to pick her up, but then they want the local talent to work for free. And I don't do that anymore. I have been there. I have done that. I have seen, and I'm not going to call any names because it's Sunday, it's the Lord's Day. What would Jesus do? He wouldn't call nobody out today, you know? However,
so Denise, go ahead.
You know, it's just not for me anymore. Yeah. Sorry.
If we're not going to call anyone out, but I would love to get some advice from you on how to navigate those very difficult conversations. And I don't know if it's with your agent or agents that you're having these conversations where they might be the ones asking you or encouraging you to do certain jobs for no pay or less pay.
Get a percentage. Yeah. They don't want money either.
Right. So my agency, my agency never does that. Thanks. Shouts out to my agency. They do not ask me to work for free because they definitely want to get paid. But if I see things on social media, or sometimes I'll get a direct message or a DM from, from somebody who's running a show who might say, hey, we know you've been around. Would you like to be in the show? But we're not paying. Or we know you have a lot of followers, but we're not in a position to pay people right now. Would you mind taking this free dress? And I just think, you've been around, you selling a lot of stuff, you could afford to pay me something, right? Like, I'm no Tyra Banks. I'm not saying that, you know what I mean? I'm not that, but you could maybe at least offer to compensate me for my time.
And do you think that narrative is changing? And Andrea, I'll ask you, and I know that you have really steered into being a creator in the creative space, and so I'm not sure how involved you are I'm not sure how much you need to care about what that side of the industry is doing anymore. But have you seen a difference in the conversation where Black actors are being called not just for the Black stories or not just for the Black roles, but just for human roles?
I don't know. I mean, I'll say this: I think over the last decade, you have seen this conversation being had a lot amongst the industry and Black actors specifically on diversity or for changing our narrative. You've also seen a big surge in Black content creators overall. When I started, it was because I literally went to a panel that was on Black filmmakers that weren't getting greenlit, so they had to put their content onto the internet. That they were like, well, we're not going to bypass the middleman. We're just going to create for the internet space, and that was better for them. And so, and then since that, you've seen more and more and more, and I think that's great. However, it's funny because you do still see breakdowns that will say like all open ethnicity, and you still feel the same. Like you still are kind of like, oh, ethnicity, what does that really mean? And you can still tell when something is written for someone who's white, and even though they're saying it's open ethnicity, you're like, this is not written in a way that would even serve somebody who's a white person. And I think that's the thing, is it's like, you're not trying to, we don't want people to be colorblind. Like, make stories that are diverse, and then put other people in them, like, and really think about that person's culture and who they are, the world that they would live in, and the people that would be around them. Like, actively care about diversity. We don't just want you to make a story where everybody's white and then just like plop a Black woman.
Throw in a Black best friend. Yeah. Now, how do you, and this question can go to both of you, because you're working in an industry where really and truly the Black experience is capitalized upon. The Black experience is very marketable and very profitable. A lot of times, as long as there's not a Black face attached to it. And that seems to have been what the narrative has been for decades. And I love the fact that it seems to have been changing, even, I wouldn't even say in the last few weeks, like exactly to what you said, Andrea, this has been a slow progression over some time, I think. But how do you both personally navigate that, knowing that you're in an industry that values everything about you but you, if that makes sense, if that question makes sense? So values everything about your experience as long as it's not connected to someone that looks like you.
Well, that's the thing. I don't think I wouldn't say that they don't want to be attached to somebody that looks like you. I think though, they don't understand always. I don't know. I kind of like stand grounded in my Black experience, and I create things for women that look like myself. And so I've had lots of pitches before, or meetings, or that kind of thing, where they may hope you're going to expand the story, and that's where I'm like, no, I do not, and I like refuse to feel like I have to bend and leave for people. But I haven't necessarily experienced where they don't want people that look like you.
Right.
I just think that they think still in token. So if you see one Black creator that's being highlighted, they're like, okay, cool, like that's
our one.
We're looking for, or you're supposed to almost mimic another version of that. And that's kind of the thing that you'll run up against a lot is getting people who don't look like you, that you are in meetings with, to understand that there is more than one perspective, and that we don't all have to fit into that box over there. And just because that thing is popular right now doesn't mean that's the only voice of a Black person that you're supposed to hear, or the only voice of a Black woman. That's what I experience a lot.
I mean, even when you're speaking about speaking in token, I think it was Hal Johnson, Body Break, Hal Johnson, Canadiana, who came out last week and said that the whole premise of Body Break was because he had applied for a position with, and I'm not going to say the major sportscaster name because I don't remember what it is offhand right now, but he had applied for a role with them and was explicitly told, I mean, this was, I'm assuming in the 70s or 80s, but was explicitly told, no, we already have a Black sports broadcaster. And that's what it was. We have our token. We have our one Black guy. We don't need another one. And it's just so surprising that in 2020, there are still people who are operating in their industries who have that same mentality. Denise, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that as well.
It's very, very much the case sometimes. I would say a lot of times that's how it works. Just earlier this year in January, I was asked to do an episode of City Line, and submitted my information, my photos, and I was the only Black girl in the group. There was about five models, and you get there, and I love City Line, and I love doing live television or any television segment, but I felt like a fly in the milk, what I mean, because I think they just chose me because they were looking for a little bit more diversity. I think even the ad had said they were looking for a diverse looking plus model. Yeah. And so I know when I submit my stuff for that, or my agency submits me, I'm like, okay, well, this is probably what they're looking for. Or sometimes I go to auditions that involve, every time I go to actually an audition that involves children, I would say all of the children that are there are biracial. If they're looking for a Black mother, Black lead, all of the children are biracial. I never see children that are dark skinned. Nobody's darker than me. And I'm always paired up with somebody who is my shade or lighter, who has my hair texture or type. I never see dark skinned children at auditions. I remember even going to an audition and they were specifically looking for Black mother, and all the children there were biracial. And I didn't get chosen, which is fine. And I remember specifically what the commercial was for. And 2 months later, I saw the commercial air, and the principal role of the mother was filled by a white woman with a biracial child. Oh, wow. And I was very, very disappointed. And I had messaged my agency saying, I think this is crazy, in that they had a specific call out, and all I saw were Black women in the waiting room, and that's all that was there, was a whole bunch of women who looked like me or darker, and a bunch of biracial children were there. And yet they still went and chose a white woman, a Caucasian woman, for the role, the principal role, when there was literally, I'm going to say 12, 13, 14 of us there going for this audition. So do you mean to tell me that they didn't like any one of us? They didn't find any one of us delivered the lines correctly or were suitable for it, that they completely went a different direction when the call specifically asked for an African American, African Canadian. Yeah,
and I can imagine the sheer number of those stories that exist with women that are exactly in both of your positions, who have to audition and who look at the work come out after the fact and be like, oh, okay, so it wasn't that I didn't do a good job, it's just that they weren't looking for me. Yeah, and which is fine, except it's not fine when the majority of the time you realize that there's nothing you could have done, they just weren't looking for you.
Absolutely.
Well, I think it starts so, I mean, the thing is it's like sometimes those people don't even recognize their own bias.
Exactly.
So that's what I've experienced a lot. Is like I did a panel once on TV on kind of Black actors, and they had a white casting director who genuinely meant this, where she was like, I can remember though in the 90s in Canada, we just didn't have any Black actors that were like suitable for commercials. And I just could not believe like,
they didn't exist.
Felt that in her soul that she was like, no,
she did. Deep down, she did.
But I think, but exactly what you're saying, we need to approach those conversations with grace because, I mean, I've been alerted to some blind spots in my knowledge in my time on Earth that it was like you genuinely, you're like, wow, I didn't know that. Wow, I didn't recognize that was your experience in personal friendships. And I spoke a little bit earlier in the summit about a couple of years ago, really delving into the research of what Indigenous people go through in this country and realizing how completely oblivious I was to it because it really wasn't my day-to-day experience. And so I think we need to allow ourselves to understand more easily the fact that a lot of people aren't coming into it with negative perceptions. They're really just coming to it with ignorance. And ignorance is just lack of knowledge and approaching those conversations differently than we approach the conversations with people who are clearly spewing hate, because it's not the same thing.
Yeah, not at all. And I think that that you would experience that a lot within the entertainment field is that writers, white writers or directors or showrunners, and they will think that they're doing you a service by having one person there that's like filling the diversity quota, and they really don't think anything of it, and that's because their own real life circle looks like that.
Right.
And so to them, it's like, well, what's the big deal? And all of us are looking at it like that doesn't represent everybody. That's not even an accurate reflection of women if we were just make it specific. And so I think that there's something in opening up like just the space. Like you kind of have to, there has to be different criteria, I think, for writers. Like
now, do you think that the efforts should be focused on, or you know what? I was going to ask this question, then I realized that the two aren't mutually exclusive, because there's the avenue of doing what you're doing, Andrea, where you're creating space for those talented people. And then there's the avenue of doing the work to try and break down the barriers that exist in the spaces that have already been created. Yeah. And the two are not mutually exclusive, but where would you say that your personal mandate lies right now? And I'd ask that question to both of you.
Yeah, I guess like you said, they're not mutually exclusive, but they do overlap, I think, because I create from my perspective, and I do surround myself with a lot of Black people and a lot of people of color on a whole, because that's just my actual existence in the world. So my story making comes from that perspective. And so, but at the exact same time, like I said, whenever I am in a white space or when have an opportunity from a white space, I try my best to make it diverse. I try my best to also give other people that look like me an opportunity. And I have been fortunate to have experiences, whether it's brand partnerships or actually, doing a co-production or something like that, where I am awarded that. And I'm grateful for it every single time, because I know my mission. I know that I'm like purposely bringing in people.
You're intentional about it.
Yeah, like and I'm also like, this is something I always have to unlearn, because you are kind of waiting for them to say, well, there's too many Black people here, or there's like, white, or can the guy be white? Can it be, something? And I'm like, no, I don't have to fear this. I can just say all of these people are qualified and keep going. So whenever I kind of remove that learned fear, I always have a better experience. But yeah, they do overlap. If you are capable of being in spaces where it's, you are one of the only people of color, then you should try your best to open them up. But at the exact same time, you also have to create for yourself. And hopefully if you're creating for yourself, you're creating a world that looks like the world that you actually live in.
Yeah. It's tough for me. I find even if I go to, if I get cast into something which specifically is asking for a Black model, nobody else looks like me when I get to set. So always, hair and makeup are not Black. And it's a struggle for me. So I started, like going to one of my very first, castings, shoots, and, you just go because they tell you to show up at this time. And then my face looks gray and ashy because the makeup artist is like, oh, sorry, I don't have any colors that match your color skin tone.
In 2020,
No,
There's a lot out there. Yeah.
But yeah, it definitely happened to me last year, doing a commercial shoot, and it was the two of us shooting were two Black people, one myself and a gentleman, and they had a white makeup artist there and a white hairstylist, and she came and she said, "Oh, Denise, I don't have any foundations that are going to match. I only have concealers, and then I have to mix." And I'm like this. But you knew who I was, right? Like you knew we were coming today, right? Like you knew what this was about.
And it's just so I haven't operated in the entertainment sphere. I was in the pageant circuit for some time. That's where Denise and I met, and that was one of the pieces of advice that I was given when going to all of the different appearances. And actually, I actually did an appearance with you as well, Andrea, but really long time ago, like a Martin Luther King Day celebration or something. But I was told to always bring your foundation.
Bring your own foundation.
Because they will absolutely not have your foundation.
They don't have it. I even have to do my hair. Like I even do my hair before. I ask sometimes, how did you want the hair, straight or the way I had it at the audition? And then I do it. And when I get there, the hairstylists are like, "Oh, you did your own hair." And I'm like, "Well, you're trying to squeeze on 34 pounds of hairspray onto this." Or I've had them say, "I don't know how to work with this kind of texture."
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what? It's certainly, there's been a lot of progress. There's certainly work to be done. And I appreciate both of you for having this conversation with us. I wanted to ask both of you about specific calls to action, because what I don't want this to be is continued conversations just about experiences without having some sort of plan or indication of what change we want to see happen. What is it that we're asking for? I think that you spoke a little bit as to your CTA, Andrea, about the work that you've been doing specifically with Jungle Wild and with your individual projects. But I would like to hear from both of you about any specific calls to action that you would like our listening and viewing audience to hear.
Yeah, I think, you know what, if I was even just to back on just to what you just said, Denise, like, I think that's the thing is, even if the producer or the director, whomever, the studio is like, "Oh, I want to have some diverse looking actors in this thing," but also please like respect our culture and respect the person that's being sat down in front of you. And that means I'm going to need a makeup artist. That means I need a hair artist. That means I'm even going to need a wardrobe person. I may need just somebody else on set that is comfortable with this.
Absolutely. I mean, it would be an uproar if you were casting for a plus size something and then your models got there and all of the clothes were in size 2.
Yeah, it's like there's nothing wrong with respect.
Oh my goodness.
I think that's the thing is often people have this kind of like, "Oh, we're colorblind," or "Oh, we're trying," and you're like, no, you're actually doing us all a disservice by not having it go all the way up the line. And so it's like, if you are actively saying, "I want to make a change, I want to try my best to bring in other voices," it doesn't just start with the people at the bottom, it starts all the way at the top. So from executives to PAs, to writers, to showrunners, to just like assistants even, like it has to be every single level in order for it to really make a difference. Because also, we have experiences our whole life. We can sniff it out. We know when it's not authentic. We know when you don't know, like, and so as much as okay, let's bring our own foundations, but really, we don't need to bring our own foundations if you are an experienced makeup artist. So from that level, I don't care if you've been in the game for 30 plus years. If you are not comfortable working with all different skin tones, then you shouldn't be one on the set for
then you're not a professional makeup artist.
And I think a producer has to respect that, right? And an executive producer has to respect that, and it has to keep going up the line to recognize that if I'm gonna bring somebody in, then I also want them to be comfortable, because how many of us have been so uncomfortable in our space where we're supposed to thrive as actors or whatever it is that you do on set, because the person doesn't have your hair right, doesn't have your skin right, and doesn't have all these things. Now I'm also supposed to go out there with a brave face. It's a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
And so sell their product.
If people could think the whole way through and not just, "Oh, I'm bringing in a bunch of actors. Just
I've done my part." Yeah.
I just think, it's like start all the way.
No, I think that's really important. Denise, what would you say would be a call to action?
For me, it's going to be moving forward as I get booked for jobs. And my agency doesn't really have necessarily the impact because usually once I'm booked, the producer or the director will contact me directly to set up the dates and the times. My goal moving forward is to request a makeup artist or a hairstylist that looks like me, letting them know about the challenges that I've experienced in the past and letting them know that I would like to have somebody there that looks like me, because I've never actually ever vocalized it. I pray before I leave my house, and I pack up an extra bag of all of my stuff. But if I speak up moving forward and make that request, all I can do is request.
Well, yeah, and you can't hold someone accountable unless you've asked for what you need, right?
Correct. So it's my job now to start asking for that, and to see how many people are going to say no. I'm interested to see who will say no. I'm interested to see who will oblige. And I think that
you need to name names of the people who say no, quite frankly.
Listen, I shall start. Absolutely.
You know what?
Absolutely, I will.
For you being so seasoned in your career and for having the resume behind you, quite frankly, that that gives you a little bit more allowance to be able to ask for the things that you need.
I think so.
It's going to be you're going to be doing some considerable work for the girls that are coming behind you who don't have that resume and who are still really shy and who are still crossing their fingers and praying that there's a makeup artist that looks like them when they get there. So very, very important work that both of you are doing. And I'm so grateful for both of you taking the time today to have this conversation with us and helping us close out our very first Anti-Racism Summit. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Andrea. Thanks, Tashika. Thanks, Elle.
Thanks, guys.
Bye,
for including us. Have a great Sunday.
Bye. You too.
And thank you, Tashika, for spending the last couple of hours with me talking to all of these phenomenal women.
It's been amazing. Thank you so much for including me in this. I mean, I just want to even rewatch this and all the amazing resources and tips and tools and everything. I know we're going to provide that on the website as well, but I think I personally have gotten so much from today. So it's been amazing.
Absolutely. We will be following up this summit with some call to actions that are specific to the conversations that we've had today. We're going to be posting those up on the website, and we'll send out an email to all of our viewers today to make sure that you have access to that. But more than anything, I just want to say thank you to each and every woman who took time out of their Sunday, of their Father's Day, of all of the other things that they had going on in their lives to have this conversation with us. It's not an easy conversation. A lot of the women that I approached to have this conversation and who had the conversation with us today, let it be known very, very clearly that a lot of us are at the end of our emotional bandwidth when it comes to this conversation, but we understand that it's necessary, and we understand that all of us have a role to play within our industries, within our friendships, within our families, within all of our relationships to combat the societal structures that exist that perpetuate these racist ideals. And I hope that you guys have gotten out of this what I know that Tashika and I have gotten out of this, and I hope that we continue the conversation and continue with the impact that we intend to make individually to make real impactful change within our lives and within our industries. Thank you so much for joining us for Pretty Girls Work, Politics Aside, a virtual anti-racism summit, and I hope to speak to you soon. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.